Chapter 93. After Lin Qiao came up, she put on her clothes and walked towards the small space. Don't ask her if she was wearing underwear, because she didn't need it anymore. The two lumps in front of her chest had been gnawed flat, so why was she wearing underwear? At first, Lin Qiao felt like a patient who had breast cancer and had her chest cut off. It felt very strange, but she got used to it. Anyway, she was in this state now. What else could be worse? When Lin Qiao walked to the door of the small space, the little boy also walked out. He was walking towards Junjun's legs when he suddenly saw Lin Qiao coming from outside. So he braked, stopped, turned around, and ran. He ran to the bed, climbed on his hands and feet, and then burrowed into the quilt, covering his head. Lin Qiao, who didn't know whether she was scared or disgusted, was speechless. Damn it, she was feeding this little guy good food and drinks, but this little guy didn't appreciate it at all. No, he didn't know how to be grateful. Now she was cooking snake soup for him and picking strawberries for him to eat. He didn't even dare to look at her. What a coward. When Wu Yueling was here, he didn't have anything to eat. He ate strawberries every day, and he didn't seem to be afraid of her anymore. He even knew to protect her. But this little boy. She didn't know why, but he made her feel like she was raising an ingrate. Junjun looked in the direction of the little boy and found it funny. But she still looked at Lin Qiao inquiringly, very curious about what she did in the lake just now. Lin Qiao took out a notebook and wrote, "Do you want to go out for some fresh air?" Junjun looked at the little boy behind her, and then thought about the female zombie outside. She shook her head decisively. After Lin Qiao told her that the female zombie was a level 6 king, Junjun didn't want to go out no matter what. She was instinctively afraid. At the same time, she was curious why Lin Qiao, who was also a zombie, didn't react at all. Could it be that Lin Qiao was also a level 6? Impossible, then why did she feel Lin Qiao's presence? At most, she was following orders and couldn't resist. She didn't have that kind of instinctive fear. So Lin Qiao couldn't be a level 6 zombie, although Junjun felt that Lin Qiao was very mysterious and strong. Seeing that she didn't want to go out, Lin Qiao gave up. Then, in a flash, he disappeared. Qiu Lily, who was walking around the car out of boredom, suddenly stopped and turned her head. Didn't he see Lin Qiao beside the car? Oh whoa. Qiu Lily still liked to use her mouth to find some strange sounds to talk to Lin Qiao. What's the matter with you? He suddenly stopped the car and hurriedly entered the space. What happened in the space? Lin Qiao shook her head at her. She took out the book. He wrote, "I'm going in to make sure of something." Qiu Lily didn't continue to ask. She just let out an "oh." Seeing Lin Qiao come out, he returned to the car and sat down. Lin Qiao also sat back in the driver's seat and wrote another sentence for her to see. Next, I need to postpone going to the Netherworld King's base. It was to kill zombies. Kill zombies. Qiu Lily turned to look at her in confusion. Lin Qiao nodded, then wrote another sentence for her. In order not to affect my prey, can you retract all your aura? Otherwise, they would have been scared away by you. Qiu Lily looked at her with her big eyes and said, "Oh whoa. Do you need me to help you control it?" Lin Qiao shook her head, indicating that there was no need. But she could let Qiu Lily find the location of the high-level zombies. She could test her current combat power. Then she nodded. She sat down and closed her eyes. She raised her face slightly and took a deep breath. Then Lin Qiao felt that her aura disappeared. Not to mention that the zombies outside couldn't sense her. Even she, who was sitting next to her, couldn't feel anything. Satisfied, Lin Qiao nodded and drove to the city center. To kill zombies, of course, the city center was the place with the most people. If they wanted zombie cores, they had to find high-level zombies. Although there were 2 on top of their car from time to time, these 2 were Chio Lily's servants, so it was better to keep them. Without Chio Lily's pressure, Lin Qiao couldn't drive smoothly again. These ordinary zombies were like a herd of cows blocking the road, they had to be driven away. They drove them away slowly. The closer they got to the city center, the more wandering zombies there were. In the end, Lin Qiao simply abandoned the car and got off on a road. Then she put the car into the space and walked there directly. Chio Lily next to her asked, "Oh, what level of zombies to find?" Lin Qiao looked at her and used her fingers to show 4 levels. Chio Lily nodded. Then, she lifted her head and sniffed the surroundings with her petite face. Lin Qiao knew that she couldn't sense the higher-level zombies. At present, she could only sense the location of the zombies below level 3, and the range couldn't be too far. After Chio Lily sniffed twice, she pointed in a direction. Unexpectedly, there was a target over there. Lin Qiao immediately walked in that direction, and Chio Lily leisurely followed behind her. She hopped here and there as she walked, looking for some bigger stones to step on. She didn't change her white dress, but she kept it clean these days. 2 zombies walked for a few minutes on a street full of broken doors and windows, and a lot of dust and gravel. Lin Qiao sensed an aura, which was slightly stronger than her. But it didn't reach the level of a level 5 zombie. And there were no other zombies here, it was clean, not even a normal zombie. Lin Qiao stood in the middle of the road, walking forward slowly. Her footsteps were very slow, and her eyes looked down at her feet. She seemed to be very idle, as if she didn't come to kill zombies, but to take a walk. Sure enough, in less than 2 minutes, a figure suddenly silently jumped down from the tall building behind Lin Qiao, and directly went to the door behind her. Its claws, shining with a metallic luster, went straight for the back of Lin Qiao's head. Although the figure was very fast, Lin Qiao's reaction wasn't slow. She had sensed it the moment the figure behind her leaped into the air. When the opponent was less than 2 meters above him, Lin Qiao's figure suddenly flashed and disappeared. The figure's claws missed and fell to the ground. She stood there with some doubts, and looked around. It was a female zombie, and just like Lin Qiao, her hair was messy, covering her head. The face under the hair was not very clear, but a pair of dark and cruel eyes, and a big mouth like the woman with the cracked mouth. There was a foul smell on its body, evil, fierce, murderous, and bloodthirsty aura emitted from its body. It stared with its dark eyes, opened its mouth, and looked around, showing its sharp teeth. But it didn't see Lin Qiao's figure. It didn't know that Lin Qiao was already behind it. Chapter 94. After Lin Qiao entered the space for a moment, she immediately came out. She just used the invisibility state, and then she silently turned to the back of this level 4 female zombie. Then she instantly flashed into the space and appeared again. At the same time she came out, her claws were already slashing towards the back of this zombie's neck. However, as soon as she appeared, a strange light flashed in her eyes. The female zombie in front of her sensed her existence, and reacted extremely quickly and suddenly squatted down. When Lin Qiao's claw wind was about to touch its neck, it very nimbly avoided Lin Qiao's attack. And when it squatted down, it turned around, and with a strange movement, it flipped over and arrived at Lin Qiao's side. It stretched out its claws with a sharp wind, and swept towards Lin Qiao's ear. It was ready to cut off Lin Qiao's head. Lin Qiao's reaction wasn't slow, but the opponent's claws carried a wind. The attack range was a bit large, she felt that the opponent's gust of wind carried a very sharp texture. If this wind touched her body, she felt that the consequences wouldn't be fun. And the speed of this wind was very fast. Lin Qiao only had time to flash into the space. Then she came out again, and continued to hide beside this female zombie. She didn't expect this female zombie's reaction to be so sharp. The opponent actually noticed her just when she appeared. And its reaction was extremely fast, and it also had a wind ability. How to fight this? Thinking about it, other than close combat, she could use her claws to cut the opponent. There wasn't anything that could be used as a weapon to attack. Should she take out a gun? Of course it was useless, it depended on her reaction speed. Unless it was a very destructive bomb, grenade, or small artillery shell, then it would be effective. Use a gun. She was afraid that the bullet would be blown away by the opponent's wind halfway. It could only be said that she currently didn't have a powerful weapon in her hands, so she had to think of other ways to deal with it. If it was close combat, Lin Qiao felt that she still had a good chance of winning. After all, she had a variety of fighting skills, and the sharpness of her claws wasn't any worse than the opponent. The problem was, she couldn't get close to this ability zombie. The female zombie saw her claw attack with the wind ability, and Lin Qiao disappeared again. It immediately gathered the gust of wind around its body and blew above it. His clothes were tattered and fluttering in the wind. Its skin had already turned into a dry brown color, and its body seemed to have been drained of water. The muscles on his body looked like dried meat, and he didn't look like a normal zombie anymore. The female zombie was very vigilant and stood there motionlessly. However, his eyes were darting around as if he was trying to sense Lin Qiao's movements. Lin Qiao gently swayed to the side and stood on a large rock. He stared at the female zombie and thought about how to use up the opponent's energy. At this time, Lin Qiao could even see the virus and energy in the female zombie's body. As long as the opponent continued to use his ability, she could see a turbid cyan color filling the female zombie's body. Lin Qiao looked at the stone under his feet and suddenly had an idea. The stone they were standing on was a stone wall. It seemed to have been knocked down from the house next to it. Lin Qiao jumped down and showed himself. Then he shouted provocatively at the female zombie. "Roar, come on, hit me." The female zombie turned around and immediately stared at Lin Qiao. She also knew that she couldn't beat Lin Qiao in close combat because Lin Qiao was too good at hiding. So the female zombie didn't prepare to rush over. Roar! But she still roared angrily at Lin Qiao and arched her back like an angry beast. Then the wind above her head fiercely blew towards Lin Qiao. The wind was getting stronger and stronger, and the wind had a sharp edge. It cut off a scenic tree on the side of the road. The wind blew the tree that was cut off and it flew up, but it didn't fall. Instead, it was cut into pieces by the wind in the air, and the broken branches fell to the ground. Lin Qiao turned around, but didn't enter the space. Instead, he rushed into the building next to him and ran up the stairs. The female zombie's wind immediately blew to the building where Lin Qiao was. Then the area of the wind became larger and began to wrap around the entire building that was more than 10 stories high, and then it started to spin. It made a strange wind sound. After Lin Qiao ran up the stairs, she found that there was no wind coming in from the doors or windows. But she heard the wind sound was very loud, so she looked outside. She saw sand and stones flying outside, and the wind would occasionally carry some light debris around the building. And the wind was slowly getting stronger. The strength of the spin was also increasing. Lin Qiao looked left and right, front and back, and found that the situation was the same. It seemed that the female zombie wrapped the building in the middle of the wind, just like a tornado. After the wind cut the steel cement into pieces, she would probably be cut in as well. But Lin Qiao wasn't worried about her situation, she continued to run up. This building wasn't tall, but it was still more than 10 stories high. Lin Qiao's running speed wasn't slow either. She rushed to the top of the building in a few breaths. As soon as she reached the top, she immediately saw that the wind had blown off a lot of the outer walls of the building. The originally sturdy triangle area was slowly being shaved into a round shape by the wind. She didn't expect this wind zombie's ability to be so strong, to be able to make the wind so strong. And its body was full of energy. Lin Qiao stood at the top of the stairs, looking at the wind raging around her. Suddenly a figure rose from outside the building, floating in the air and staring at Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao's eyes moved, and she immediately looked over. She saw a small tornado standing under the female zombie's feet, and the female zombie was standing on top of it. Seeing such a scene, Lin Qiao was a little stunned. Fuck. This pretentious act was so good. Did she have to look down on me while standing on top of the tornado? But Lin Qiao didn't feel the aura of the other party. She didn't know if it was blocked by the wind around the building. Looking at the wind blowing off the outer walls of the building, the stones and lime scattered in the wind, Lin Qiao stood there very calmly and stared at the other party's eyes. She didn't know if it was because of Lin Qiao's appearance, but it made the female zombie more and more angry. Perhaps Lin Qiao's arrival made it think that Lin Qiao was here to snatch its territory, or perhaps he was here for its corpse core. This made the female zombie feel very angry, and Lin Qiao's calm attitude made it feel an inexplicable feeling of annoyance. So, it stared at Lin Qiao, and its eyes became more and more fierce. It opened its mouth, and pointed its dirty but shining teeth at Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao didn't react to its appearance, she just looked at it indifferently. She even smiled at it mockingly, as if saying, "What can you do to me? Come on. Attack me." Chapter 95. Although the level 4 zombies had intelligence, it was not high. Therefore, after receiving Lin Qiao's provocation, it became even angrier. Not only did this fellow dare to cause trouble at his place, but he even looked down on him. It was clearly not as strong as him, so why did he have to mock him like this? The female zombie felt that she was being looked down upon, and that inexplicable sense of irritation became stronger and stronger. It had the urge to rush up and tear him apart with its bare hands, but its rationality told it not to. He couldn't just charge over like that. So the female zombie stretched out her hands and tried to output energy to the wind outside the building. The wind was getting stronger and stronger. However, he did not know that this was the effect that Lin Qiao wanted. Lin Qiao continued to wait as he watched more and more walls crumble and fall off. She was observing the consumption of energy in the female zombie's body and found that the consumption of energy wasn't fast. Since she could stand steadily in the air, it was obvious that this female zombie had absorbed a lot of energy. It seemed like it had killed a lot of other zombies. The consumption was too slow. If this continued, she would have to wait until tomorrow morning. He couldn't wait for his opponent to run out of energy. Lin Qiao thought for a moment and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She recalled the first time Xie Dong jumped into the lake. Not long after, he floated up without any movement. She did not know what was going on. If she directly led this female zombie into the lake, she didn't know if it would have any effect. Moreover, her space could isolate the energy from the outside world. There was grass, soil, and water in her space, but there was no wind. This female zombie's wind element borrowed the wind from the outside, and then used her own energy to attract more and more wind. If he entered her space, the other party's own wind power, it probably wasn't that big. Lin Qiao wanted to try and see if his space had any attack power. Can you kill zombies? If she couldn't find him in the future, she could just sneak him in. Thinking of this, Lin Qiao was tempted. Action is better than heart, so she immediately flashed into the space under the gaze of the female zombie. She didn't go downstairs, but continued to stand in the original position to observe the female zombie. Lin Xiaoyin could not attack from behind, but she could still ignore the attacks of others. This was because once she entered stealth mode, she would not be able to sense the terrifying hurricane outside. There was no sense of danger at all. As soon as she disappeared, the female zombie floating in the air was stunned again. Then, it roared angrily and waved its hands. Roar, woo woo woo, bang bang bang, a gust of wind carried the strange sound of heavy objects landing on the ground. The wind that the female zombie controlled suddenly became stronger, and the rotation speed increased. The wind speed could not be seen with the naked eye. They could only see that the cement and lime of the entire building had been removed. The original doors and windows had long been removed. Not long after, the only thing left in the building were the deformed and bent steel bars inside the walls. It looked left and right but couldn't sense Lin Xiao's aura. He immediately floated to the top of the dilapidated building and found a flat spot to stand on. It lowered its head and looked around to see if there was any sign of Lin Xiao, but it didn't see or sense anything. However, it did not know that Lin Xiao's transparent figure was standing less than a meter away from it. After seeing the female zombie stop on the roof, Lin Xiao took advantage of the fact that the female zombie was standing there motionless. Then, he quietly moved over and grabbed the other party's hand fiercely. Then, with a quick flash, the two disappeared from where they stood. Lin Xiao can appear anywhere in her space, so when she caught the female zombie, she directly flashed into the space and chose to appear in the lake. And it was underwater. As soon as she came in, Lin Xiao immediately let go of the female zombie. Then, she reflexively swam back. Lin Xiao suddenly grabbed the female zombie, then flashed into the space, and then let go and retreated. This series of actions took less than 2 seconds. So, when the female zombie's wrist was suddenly grabbed, she didn't have time to react. She felt her vision blurred, and saw the scene in front of her changed. In front of her was a deep dark green water, and she didn't know where she was. So when Lin Xiao just let go of her, the female zombie just reacted. She felt that her body was sinking, so she panicked and flopped in the water. But as a zombie that had never been in the water, it was useless to flop around in the water without any strength. Fortunately, it was already a zombie and didn't need to breathe. So it didn't feel suffocated, but this feeling of being wrapped in water and having no strength made it very scared. The female zombie wanted to use her ability, but found that her wind could only cause a burst of strange waves in the water, and it didn't have any effect at all. Lin Xiao retreated not far, under the fluorescence of the lake energy. She saw the female zombie was like an animal that didn't know how to swim, falling into the deep water. He could only flop around randomly as he slowly sank. She also saw the female zombie use her ability, but in Lin Xiao's eyes. The superpower released by the other party's palm quickly melted into the green fluorescence of the lake. She didn't expect the effect to be so good. Lin Xiao looked at this scene with surprise. This female zombie was like meeting her nemesis, no matter how she resisted, it was useless. Just as Lin Xiao was watching the female zombie struggle and sink deeper and deeper. Suddenly, she felt a wave below, and then she saw countless familiar vines, one by one, surging up. The direction of the surging was all towards the female zombie. After a while, it wrapped the female zombie tightly, and didn't even drag her down. It directly wrapped the female zombie into a human cocoon. Lin Xiao was surprised to see the vines that seemed to be alive, after grabbing the female zombie. The energy in the female zombie's body began to leak out. Then it was all absorbed by these vines. She just floated in the water, watching the vines seem to be happily absorbing the energy. After watching for half an hour, she felt that the female zombie's energy was completely absorbed. Then, the vines threw the female zombie like throwing garbage. Suddenly throwing the female zombie up, Lin Xiao saw that the female zombie that was swallowed by the vines was no longer breathing at this time. Her body slowly floated up with the movement of the water caused by the vines. Lin Qiao saw all this, thinking that at that time, was Xie Dong also sucked dry like this, and then was thrown up like this? She remembered that when Xie Dong floated up, there was a big ripple in the water. Looking at the female zombie like a dead body, floating up motionlessly, Lin Qiao carefully prepared to swim over. But at this time, those vines suddenly swept towards Lin Qiao, and when Lin Qiao was shocked, they wrapped around her feet. Then they quickly wrapped around her feet. Fuck. Don't tell me they also want to suck me dry. Chapter 96. Lin Qiao had just seen another zombie being sucked into a corpse by these vines, and now he suddenly saw these vines coming towards him. Lin Qiao subconsciously thought that these vines were going to suck his energy, and he immediately jumped in fright. But when she reacted and wanted to dodge, she found that it was too late. She felt that it was just like last time, a gentle force was slowly wrapping around her legs. Lin Qiao's heart suddenly calmed down. Because she couldn't feel these vines absorbing her energy, but there was a familiar numb itch coming from the skin on her legs, just like last time. It seemed to be preparing to heal her body. Sure enough, when the vines wrapped her into a human cocoon, only revealing her face, she once again entered that half-conscious state. Then she woke up again, and felt the skin and muscles on her 2 thighs and 2 arms had a numb itch, and there was also a sour feeling. Then, the pain in her head slowly began. A burst of pain, followed by an intense pain that felt like it was going to explode. The longer it went on, the more intense the pain became. This time, Lin Qiao didn't open her mouth wide and scream in her heart, but clenched her teeth, closed her eyes, and endured. She knew that this time would be the same as last time, and she wouldn't faint. She could only feel the pain while accepting it. But compared to last time, her mentality was different. Last time, she was panicking and didn't know what was going on. So she felt especially bad. This time, she knew that it was for her own good, so she endured the intense pain happily. Moreover, with a change of mentality, the pain wasn't that hard to accept. Thinking that her broken and tattered body could slowly be restored to a perfect state, Lin Qiao thought that she didn't care about the pain at all. Time slowly passed in the suffering of the pain. But Lin Qiao only felt that every second was too slow, and her head felt like it was going to explode at any time. But she didn't faint, even though she really wanted to be unconscious like this. But she didn't know why, but she was very awake. After half an hour, just when Lin Qiao thought that half a century had passed, the pain in her head suddenly weakened. The pain in his mind suddenly weakened, and it didn't disappear like the first time when it suddenly loosened up. This time, it seemed to slowly weaken, and Lin Qiao let out a big sigh of relief. It was finally over. As the vines retreated, Lin Qiao didn't know what was in her eyes. A bright green light was surging in her pitch-black eyes, slowly rotating in the center of her eyeballs. They turned into a pair of very faint green eyes. But after a while, the emerald green eyes disappeared from her pitch-black eyes. Lin Qiao, who had regained his mobility, looked down at his body. Sure enough, the clothes were gone. With the help of the fluorescent energy in the lake, Lin Qiao saw that his thigh had indeed grown back. The muscles in the wound had all grown out, but the skin was still dark and shallow. However, this was much better than the previous bone-deep appearance. Looking at the big hole in his stomach, he realized that the condition of his stomach was a little strange. He couldn't see the intestines, nor did he see the broken intestines like before. Now there was nothing inside. It seemed to have been hollowed out. His tummy, which was originally a complete mess, now had nothing to see. Lin Qiao was dumbfounded as he looked at his stomach. What was going on? Did something happen? God knows what happened. Holy shit. She didn't need to eat anymore. he still felt very hungry. Lin Qiao touched his stomach and found that there was no feeling. His hand was smooth, there was nothing strange about it. But the insides were clean, not even the remnants of the intestines were left. She silently looked at the fluorescent light at the bottom of the lake and really wanted to ask, "What did you do to me?" But seeing that his thigh had recovered, Lin Qiao calmed down. Looking at his stomach, forget it, he didn't care. Anyway, it shouldn't affect her, probably. Looking at the appearance of his arm, he found that it was the same as his thigh. Both had been repaired, becoming two complete arms. Lin Qiao suddenly thought of his face and immediately raised his hand to touch it. In the end, he still touched a bumpy texture. Needless to say, it should not have been repaired. It seemed that the energy this time could only repair her limbs, his torso and face were not repaired. He put down his hand in disappointment, but he wasn't too depressed. Instead, he was very happy, at least his arm and thigh had obvious effects. And now that she knew the method, she could find a high-level zombie next time. Would he be able to continue to stimulate the energy at the bottom of the lake? Thinking of this, she began to swim up. Anyway, the result she wanted was already out, there was no point in staying in the water. When she swam to the surface of the lake, she saw an object floating on the water next to her. Needless to say, it was the unlucky female zombie who had all her energy sucked out. Lin Qiao swam over naked, grabbed the corpse and swam to the shore. There was no sign of Junjun and the little boy on the shore or around. It seemed that the two of them were in a small space. They didn't notice that she had just appeared in the lake. Lin Qiao slowly walked out of the water and threw the corpse by the lake. She walked over to the bed that Xiao Budian used with a pile of clothes, picked up a set of training clothes that she took from the robber and put it on. After putting it on, she didn't say hello to Junjun. She directly went back to the lake, dragged the female zombie's collar out of the space. After coming out of the space, Lin Qiao was still on the roof. Throwing the female zombie on the ground, Lin Qiao suddenly squatted down. She used her claws to cut the other's skull. Poof, the top of the head was cut, there was a brownish-white thick substance inside, it could no longer be called brain. Lin Qiao stretched out her claws, she was about to use her claws to see if there was a zombie core. But as soon as her claws stretched out, she immediately stopped. Turning her head, she saw a branch that was swept up by the wind, she immediately picked it up. Using the branch to stir it, she then picked up a white zombie core the size of a thumb. The original color had already disappeared. It seemed that because there was no energy, its zombie core had turned back to the white color of an ordinary zombie. Lin Qiao picked up the zombie core and pinched it in her hand, a wisp of warmth immediately came from her fingertips. However, before it could even make a full circle in his body, it dissipated halfway. And the zombie core in Lin Qiao's hand immediately turned into white powder and fell from her hand. It seemed that it was the leftovers of the vines at the bottom of the lake. Lin Qiao patted the powder on her hand and stood up. Chapter 97. At this moment, a white figure flashed to Lin Qiao's side. After Qiu Lily came up to the roof, she stood on a stone block on the other side of Lin Qiao. She stared at Lin Qiao in confusion, as if she was trying to confirm something. Lin Qiao saw her expression and was slightly surprised. It seemed that this girl also noticed the change in her body. Ouch! What happened? Qiu Lily looked at the female zombie's body on the ground and asked curiously. She felt that the aura in Lin Qiao's body had changed a lot, it was a strange change. Not only did it become a lot stronger, there was also a very strange aura hidden in the aura. It made her feel an inexplicable sense of danger, although the degree of danger wasn't high. But if Lin Qiao's aura continued to grow, Qiu Lily felt that Lin Qiao would be very difficult to deal with. From Qiu Lily's point of view as a level 6 expert, she felt that Lin Qiao was inexplicably dangerous. Lin Qiao didn't know that she gave other zombies this feeling of potential. Probably only Qiu Lily could sense it because she was a level 6 king. If it was a level 5 or lower zombie, they wouldn't be able to sense it. Lin Qiao clenched her hands and felt that there was a wave of energy gathering in her palms. She opened her hands and her claws popped out. The originally pitch-black metallic texture was now tinged with a faint silver metallic texture. When Lin Qiao's nails popped out, Qiu Lily saw her claws. She felt a slight chill in her heart. The feeling of danger just now was even stronger. Ouch! Guliulu. I feel that your claws are so dangerous. Qiu Lily's throat made a strange sound and said. Lin Qiao nodded to her. Her eyes showed that she felt the same way. She turned around and suddenly waved her claws at the other side of the wall that was half destroyed. A few streaks of light flashed past and shot towards the wall. PSH. After a light sound, it was followed by the sound of stones falling to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Qiao and Qiu Lily were speechless. Looking at the wall that was 2 meters away, Lin Qiao casually waved her hand and cut it into pieces. Lin Qiao felt that the headache she endured in the lake was really nothing. It was true. The air blades on her claws could only cut a distance of 10 centimeters. Now, he could actually cut it 2 meters away. What kind of concept was that? In the future, when her attack range expanded to 2 meters, she would be able to cut off the opponent's head. Moreover, this sharp force could directly cut ordinary zombies into pieces. She raised her head and sniffed the air around her. He found that he could smell very far away, and the range of his senses had also expanded a lot. Lin Qiao felt that her abilities had grown a lot, but she still didn't know what level she was. Level 4. A space ability zombie. She took out her notebook and wrote on the paper, "What level do you think I am now?" Qiu Lily looked at her in confusion, not knowing what Lin Qiao was trying to say. Moreover, she could not sense Lin Qiao's zombie level and energy level. She shook her head, indicating that she could not feel it either. Lin Qiao was silent for a few seconds before he nodded. She turned around and walked down the stairs. When she reached the bottom of the stairs, she directly jumped down the entire flight of stairs. When she jumped down, she felt that it was very simple and easy. There was no sense of danger at all. It was as if she just jumped down from a flight of stairs. When her feet landed on the ground, it was still very light and stable, and there was no feeling of being shaken. No wonder the other zombies jumped like monkeys, and the distance they could jump was very far and very high. Lin Qiao wanted to try and see if she could do it before, but when she jumped down the entire flight of stairs, her feet were shaken and numb, although it was not painful. But he had temporarily lost control of it. So sometimes she was a little envious of other high-level zombies. Why could they be so flexible? His level wasn't low either, but he couldn't just roam around like them. But this time, she felt nothing. Her feet were not shaken and numb, and she did not lose control. And she felt that she could jump down from even higher places. The endurance of her legs was far more than this flight of stairs. Lin Qiao hopped down the stairs like a rabbit. Of course, her speed was also a lot faster. In less than 10 seconds, she went from the top of the 10-story building to the 3rd floor. Then Lin Qiao directly jumped down from the 3rd floor through the hole in the wall that was scraped off by the female zombie. She did not need to roll on the ground, and could directly stand up straight. And when she jumped down, when she landed, Lin Qiao could not feel her own weight. She even felt that her jumping speed was a bit slow, and she landed very lightly on the ground. It was as if she was a leaf. Was she that light? In any case, she was a zombie that weighed 80 or 90 pounds. How could she float down from the third floor like a leaf? Just thinking about it made the scene very strange, okay? In other words, Lin Qiao felt that her reaction speed had increased. And the strength of her legs was greater, and her body was more agile and flexible. Perhaps it was more appropriate to say that she was like a cat. When Lin Qiao landed on the ground, she saw Qiu Lily standing on the stone pillar next to her. It seemed like she had been waiting for her for a long time. She knew that Qiu Lily's ability was also wind, and she did not know how she could raise her level to such a high level. Lin Qiao was very curious about this, but now was not the time to ask this. She touched her face, and now she needed to find more high-level zombies. She had to fix her face, at least to look like a normal person. She touched her hard, messy, and coarse hair again, and thought about it. Should she cut her hair? But Lin Qiao put his hand on his chest. Although it was not very flat, it was almost flat, and the clothes she wore were all men's. And this Lu Tianyu was nearly 1.7 meters tall. If she cut her hair, she estimated that she would look like a man, she sighed in her heart. If she looked like a man, then so be it. It was better than looking like a ghost with disheveled hair. The most important thing was that she did not have to wash her long hair every day. She had endured it for many days, so it was better to cut it. Anyway, this face did not need to be covered now. Even if it was covered, it could still scare children. After thinking about it, Lin Qiao thought about when she packed up Qiu Lily's things. She seemed to have seen scissors. Although she did not know what she wanted the scissors for, it was just the right time to let her borrow it. She took out a piece of paper and wrote, "Borrow your scissors for a while." Then she turned around and entered the space, leaving behind a confused Qiu Lily who did not know what was going on. Why did Lin Qiao want to borrow her scissors? Besides, weren't the things with her? Qiu Lily looked around strangely, and had to continue to wait for Lin Qiao to come out of the space. Chapter 98. After Lin Qiao entered the space, she went straight to Qiu Lily's pile of furniture. In fact, the empty space next to the bed and sofa was filled with Qiu Lily's things. Because they were not tidied up, they were just lying around. She looked around, found a makeup cabinet, opened the drawer inside, and took out a pair of scissors. On the other side, Junjun sensed Lin Qiao's movement. In fact, she had sensed it when Lin Qiao came out of the lake. She just didn't come out to see. This time, she came out. The little boy didn't follow her leg. As soon as she came out, she saw Lin Qiao holding a pair of scissors from afar. She started to cut her messy hair. She should have cut it long ago. That hair was uglier than a ghost. Even if it was all tied up, it would still look ugly. After a while, Lin Qiao cut her hair to her ears. A cool feeling came to her stomach, and her head seemed to be much lighter. Feeling good about herself, Lin Qiao was about to put down the scissors when she turned around. She found Junjun standing not far away, looking at her with a strange expression. That messy hair was of different lengths and uneven left and right. That was enough. Junjun couldn't stand it anymore, so she walked over. She pointed at the scissors in Lin Qiao's hand, and then at her head. Lin Qiao knew what she meant. She couldn't stand the current hairstyle. She wanted to cut it for her. Well, because Lin Qiao didn't have a mirror. So she didn't know how she cut her hair. Now she couldn't bear to look at Junjun's face. It seemed that it was a terrible cut. After taking the scissors from her, Junjun made a gesture to Lin Qiao to squat down. Lin Qiao squatted down on the spot, feeling the other party's hand and scissors scratching and snipping his head. Left and right. After a few minutes. Then Junjun put away the scissors and patted her on the shoulder. She stood up and touched her head with her hand. She found that it was much shorter. But it felt much neater than when she cut it just now. At this time, Junjun rummaged around and found a mirror. Then she held it in front of Lin Qiao. Suddenly, she saw a head with short hair and a big scar appear in the mirror. Lin Qiao felt strange and subconsciously took a good look at herself in the mirror. Before this, she had never properly looked at herself in the mirror. In Lu Tianyu's impression, this was a very beautiful face. However, Lin Qiao had never seen it with his own eyes. It was just a memory in his mind. At this moment, he saw a small oval face with a smooth chin. Therefore, a few huge scars destroyed the original appearance of the face, only revealing a pair of dark eyes and a straight nose. Fortunately, his lips were normal and did not crack like the other zombies. Imagining his mouth cracking like that, it was even scarier than the scars on his face. He took a closer look and found that the mouth was very beautiful. They were neither plump nor petite. However, the lines at the corners of her mouth were very beautiful, and her upper lip was a little thin. Even Lin Qiao, an outsider, felt that his mouth looked good. The bridge of his nose was high, needless to say. The first thing he saw was his nose. His eyes were completely black, and he couldn't find any pupils. Her eyes were also very beautiful. She had double eyelids, the corners of her eyes were slightly raised, and her eyelashes were long and curly. These facial features on this classic beauty's face were indeed very beautiful. Of course, her bare face couldn't be seen in the base after the apocalypse. Of course, it couldn't be seen before the apocalypse either. Because Lu Tianyu was a very narcissistic and vain woman, she had learned how to put on makeup since she was 16 years old. Later on, she gradually stopped using her bare face to meet people, and even Lu Tianyu was rarely seen. Because as long as she removed her makeup, she would stay in her room and not come out. Therefore, those who were familiar with her now only remembered a face with heavy makeup. Even after the apocalypse, everyone only cared about eating their fill, living well, and not being eaten by zombies. Who would still have the mood to care about those cosmetics that were expensive before the apocalypse and worthless after the apocalypse? But this woman had collected a bunch of them. And she had even used the food that Yang Chao had obtained to exchange for them. Just because of this, Yang Chao had already wanted to kill her many times in his heart. Because this woman could actually use a small bag of rice to exchange for a lipstick. But at that time, Yang Chao couldn't bear to part with her body and face. These memories of Lu Tianyu surfaced in his mind. Lin Qiao felt that this woman was really extravagant. It was no wonder that Yang Chao got tired of playing with her so quickly and even killed her. Seeing that her messy hair had been cut into neat short hair, Lin Qiao's mood suddenly improved. Unexpectedly, the effect looked good after the cut, except that it couldn't cover the scars on her face. However, these scars would not take long to heal. After testing that the energy in the center of the lake could repair her body, Lin Qiao was no longer worried about the problem on her face. She knew that she could use the energy of other zombies' cores to stimulate the energy in the center of the lake, and it didn't take too much effort. She could just throw the other party into the lake. Now that she had the invisibility skill, who was she afraid of? This skill was the best for sneak attacks, and it couldn't go too smoothly. Glancing at the center of the lake, Lin Qiao looked at her pair of dark and cold eyes, and had to find a pair of glasses to cover them. She wondered if Chiu Lily, the collector, had brought back the sunglasses. Thinking of this possibility, Lin Qiao immediately put away the mirror. She stuffed it into Junjun's hand, and then began to look around. While Lin Qiao was looking for glasses, Chiu Lily was standing on a stone block, bored, waiting for Lin Qiao to come out. Suddenly, her eyes moved slightly, and she turned to look to the left. That was the direction they came from. There was a road. Maybe it was because the level 4 zombie had cleared the area nearby, the surroundings were deserted. So as soon as there was a little movement, it would be quickly discovered. Of course, with Chio Lily's current hearing, even if it was very noisy here, she could also feel it. A few miles away from Chio Lily, there was a modified car that was very common after the end of the world. It was driving in her direction. There were 8 people in the car, plus a strange woman sitting calmly on the top of the car. This was a 9-person zombie hunting team. Sitting on the top of the car was a woman with an ordinary face, and her vertical long hair was tied into a high ponytail. But it still hung straight below her buttocks. She sat cross-legged, and straightened her back. Sitting firmly on the top of the car, no matter how the car turned or how bumpy it was. She sat motionless. The woman sat facing the direction of the back of the car, and her back was a little thin. She wore a black sports suit that accentuated her slender and straight waist. Although she had an ordinary face, her face was very clean. A white face covered 3 ugly things, so in the end of the world where there were very few women. Looking at such a clean woman's face, it was also very attractive. If this woman's face could not be so cold. Chapter 99. The woman's face was cold and expressionless. Her eyes stared at the back of the car without any emotion. She didn't even show any vigilance or caution. She didn't react to the changes around her. Although the woman's face was cold, her body exuded a strong aura. And there was a sharp samurai sword on her leg. The people in the car were all men. A group of men letting a woman sit on the roof. It didn't make sense, but everyone in the car. None of them could beat the woman on top, so they just looked at the woman sitting on top of the car without saying a word. That wind zombie's tornado is very destructive, and she's almost at level 5. Are we really going to be okay this time? So many people died last time, but we couldn't take it down. What are you afraid of? Didn't we find a level 5 metal psychic this time? With so many of us, how can we not take down a level 4 psychic zombie? I'm afraid if we don't act fast, someone else will beat us to it. That's right, our information has been leaked. If others know that there's a max level 4 psychic zombie here. If we don't act fast, we won't even get a chance to act. It's all because of that bastard, for a bag of bread. How dare he reveal our situation last time to them? If he wasn't following the vice leader every day, I would have tortured him to death. What's the rush? There will be a chance. But the most important thing now is to get the zombie cores. With this level 4 zombie core and a dozen or so level 3 zombie cores, the food and weapons we can exchange for this time will be enough for us to eat for a month. And the quilt. Damn, it's too cold at night. We can't even get a warm sleep when we go home. That's right, the Nether Flame Leader's fire has burned down half of the base. Who dares to go there? Young Jianhua, that son of a bitch, he actually stabbed our leader in the back. He's inhuman. That's right, if it wasn't for the leader taking us into the base to protect us, would we have grown to where we are now? I didn't expect Yang Jianhua to be bribed by another base and sell us out. Now we can't even live in peace when we return to the base. I heard that Yang Jianhua is now chasing after the captain and the others. He wants to capture Qing Wangxue and Lin Wenwen and make them his women. Let's hope the leader and the others won't be caught so quickly. Yang Jianhua is also a level 6 expert. If he fought with the captain would still be able to hold him off. But I heard that Yang Jianhua is accompanied by a level 6 arcanist. They're from the ground dragon base. The men in the car talked about the recent situation in their base with an indignant tone. What they didn't know was that when they mentioned Lin Wenwen, the eyes of the woman on the roof flickered. A trace of worry and apprehension. Not long after, their car drove to the edge of the wind zombies' territory. Outside the car, a group of zombies chased after their car. They stretched out their hands and staggered towards them. However, the speed of their feet could not keep up with the speed of the car. Only the level 1 and level 2 zombies could run a little faster, but they did not have the opportunity to get close to the car. This was because the other people in the car had been holding their guns tightly, and the muzzles were extended out of the car window so that they could respond to any unexpected situation. So when there were zombies approaching, their bullets would naturally hit the heads of the zombies that approached. They looked at the situation outside the car window with a vigilant expression. All of them entered a state of alert. The car slowly drove towards Chio Lily's direction, getting closer and closer. Chio Lily's eyes flashed, and a touch of fear flashed in her eyes. Her figure moved, and directly disappeared from where she stood. Quietly hiding in a nearby building, she stood beside a window on the top floor. Hiding inside, she secretly looked down. Seeing humans approaching, Chio Lily instinctively wanted to hide because of her previous experience. Although she was very strong now, she was not willing to hurt humans. Even if those humans had hurt her before, Chio Lily never had the thought of revenge. As the people in the car drove further in, they suddenly discovered something unusual. How can those ordinary zombies behind come in? Previously, when they came here, they did not dare to go inside. Why are they still chasing after us? Enchanting, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked at the dense group of ordinary zombies from the rearview mirror. He asked with a puzzled expression. The few people looked back, and found that the group of zombies really did not have any intention of stopping. Instead, they kept chasing behind their car. In their group, only a few people had been here before. The others were helpers that were found later, so they did not understand the situation here before. But when Enchanting and his group first came here, in this kind of densely populated area in the city center, the number of zombies was naturally proportional to the previous population. But there was not a single zombie in this area, so they did not notice that they had entered the territory of a high-level zombie. Moreover, the last time they had 12 people, they were ambushed by a level 4 zombie with a tornado. At that time, a few ordinary people with low strength died, and in the end, only Enchanting and a few level 4 and 5 metahumans escaped. Although a level 5 metahuman was one level higher than a zombie, this level 4 zombie was the maximum level, which meant that it was about to enter level 5. So, at that time, in Enchanting's group, there was only one level 5 metahuman, but he was not the opponent of this level 4 wind-type zombie. So this time, they found another level 5 metahuman to join them. Moreover, they spent a lot of money. Right now, the level 5 metahumans in the survivor base were very strong, and their status was not low. Generally, they had their own team or official positions. But there were still some who had a bit of a personality, like the one on top of the car. Don't think that this Long Qingying was a woman, but in the base, she had a fierce reputation. Moreover, her personality was very cold, and she did not like to travel with others. She had always been alone, and rarely teamed up with others to go out of the base. Moreover, this woman did not have a family, and had a good relationship with others. In the entire base, the only one who had a good relationship was probably Lin Wenwen, the little sister of the Dark Flame leader. It was said that this time when Lin Wenwen and the others successfully escaped, Long Qingying also helped a lot in the dark. So now that she was in the base, there were many people who caused trouble for her. So she ran out to hunt for zombies, at least this way she could temporarily hide outside for a period of time. For Long Qingying, there was nothing bad about being outside. If the people in the base still did not let her go, she could also consider going to the base in Sea City. Currently, she just wanted to get more food, so that she could be prepared. Chapter 100. Kai Hongqing, who was driving, glanced at the rearview mirror. He found that the zombies behind had no intention of stopping. He asked curiously, "What's going on? Isn't this the territory of a level 4 mutant zombie? Or are these zombies being controlled by it?" Control. A level 4 zombie can't control other zombies. It's not like it's a level 5 leader. Chun-Li, who was in the back seat, said in confusion. Du Yuanqing stuck his head out of the car and looked back at the situation. Originally, they had been driving very fast all the way, and they had chosen to turn around on roads with fewer zombies. But after arriving here, the number of zombies began to increase. A large number of zombies kept appearing out of nowhere, and ran in their direction without fear. It seemed that there were no high-level zombies here to suppress them, and they could come and go as they pleased. This was completely different from the quiet and peaceful situation the last time he came. The situation doesn't look good, the number of zombies is increasing, and they're increasing very quickly. Moreover, the rate of increase is very fast. Du Yuanqing frowned and said after observing for a while. Even Long Qingying, who was on the car roof, stood up with her knife. She stood on the roof with her legs spread apart, and her expression changed from indifference to alertness. Her left hand held the knife by her side, and her right hand stretched out towards the zombies behind them. Her 5 fingers were opened, and her palm was facing outwards. As long as the zombies behind them were less than 10 meters away from their car, she would bend her fingers slightly. The surrounding metals such as door frames, window frames, screws, and other metals automatically flew over from all directions. Then these metals gathered into a metal ball in the air not far from Long Qingying, and then melted together. The metal ball was like a solution put into a furnace, twisting and turning in the air. After a while, it turned into sharp steel thorns, and shot towards the zombies behind them. Puff 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 puff, a series of piercing sounds rang out. This was also the reason why others didn't dare to provoke this woman. If they weren't careful, they would be pierced by the steel thorns. That wouldn't be fun. Seeing that the zombies in the front row had their heads pierced through, the men below silently looked up at the roof of the car at the same time, and then continued to raise their guns to shoot at the zombies that tried to approach. Two, 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 bang, 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 roar, roar, oh. Because of the gunshots, more and more zombies gathered from afar. Moreover, Du Yuanqing's car was quickly blocked. There are also zombies in front, the car can't rush through. If they hit 4, 5, 6, 7 or 8 zombies, it would still be effective. It wouldn't budge 10 years ago. What happened? Why are there more and more zombies? Where are the high-level zombies? Looking at more and more zombies, they kept coming out and coming out. Everyone in the car sensed that something was wrong. What was going on? Why are there suddenly so many zombies here? It was impossible for a level 4 zombie to control so many ordinary zombies, but since they had entered this area, they could not control so many ordinary zombies. In less than a few minutes, there were nearly 200 to 300 zombies around them. Zombies continued to pour out from the surrounding alleys and houses. This was a block, surrounded by streets and shops, and there were many alleys. Could it be that there was a large number of zombies hiding here? Was that why they waited until they drove in before slowly pouring out? But at this time, no one noticed. On the other side of these zombies, about 300 to 400 meters away, a figure stood in front of a floor-to-ceiling window on the 4th floor, looking at them. The glass on the floor-to-ceiling window had long been broken, so that figure stood there directly. As long as Du Yuanqing and the others raised their heads to look over here, they would see it. This figure wasn't tall, only about 1.2 meters. Its body was fat, and its head was very big as 2 heads put together. It was very strange. In fact, it was indeed 2 heads put together. Not only the head, but also the body, was also combined. That was why it looked fat. As for the appearance of the face, this face value was somewhat indescribable. Ugly? No, ugly was much better looking than it. Disgusting. More or less. Just imagine the scene of two human faces being mashed up and then glued together. 4 eyes, 2 noses, and 2 mouths that were put together and then split apart. The whole head was strangely deformed, big and ugly. The skin on the top of the head was already gone, just a layer of bloody skin with a layer of wet hair. On the other side, Chio Lily, after noticing this zombie, he quietly jumped down from the top of the building and quietly sneaked over here. He wanted to see the level 4 zombie that he didn't know when it came out. As a result, when she saw this zombie from the top of another building, she was shocked. What the hell is this? This is too disgusting. Chio Lily only took a glance, then silently moved her eyes away. She turned her head and didn't dare to look. Because she restrained all her breath, this level 4 zombie that just appeared didn't notice her existence. But Chio Lily actually didn't notice the breath of this zombie before. She didn't know if it just came here from somewhere else, or if it was originally lurking here. And Chio Lily clearly felt that the sudden appearance of ordinary zombies here were all attracted by this disgusting level 4 zombie. Not only these ordinary zombies in front of them, nearby, hundreds of meters away, even within a kilometer or 2 from here, ordinary zombies were all gathering here. Soon, this place would become a zombie city densely packed with ordinary zombies. Chio Lily felt that this zombie had a strong desire for the people in the car. That bloodthirsty breath stained the surrounding air, bringing a burst of feeling that made Chio Lily nauseous. How could there be such a zombie? Chio Lily didn't understand how this zombie could control so many zombies. Listening to its words, they all rushed towards the group of people in the car. According to common sense, high-level zombies that were level 5 and below couldn't control so many ordinary zombies. Even if it was a level 5 zombie, the number of control was also limited. Ordinary zombies didn't have intelligence, only instinct. To control them to do what you want, it was like controlling a puppet. Using consciousness to occupy the other's consciousness was enough. But for zombies that were level 5 and below, it was impossible to divide so much consciousness to control them at the same time. It also didn't have any effect, it didn't have any effect at all. At most, it could spread out its breath, making the ordinary zombies instinctively feel a sense of oppression. Only then would it retreat on its own. On the other side, Du Yuanxing and the others, at this time, had completely stopped moving forward. They couldn't even drive out of the car. Because now the zombies around them had piled up into a zombie wall, and were swarming towards them. Chapter 101. Du Yuanxing looked at the situation in front of him and didn't know why he had a premonition that he had fallen into a trap. He shouted to another person, "Aw Zhu, open the way." "Okay. Watch me." A man sitting in the back seat heard Du Yuanxing call him. He immediately responded. He went to the side of the window and stretched out his head and arm. His arm stretched out towards the zombies in front of the car. Then the ground in front of the car started to crack, forming a pit of 1 to 2 meters. Beneath the zombies' feet, there were earth spikes rising up, immediately pushing the zombies into disorder, causing them to fall down one after another. Then the crack closed up again, burying many of the zombies that fell into the pit. Seeing that the zombie wall in front of them had dispersed, Kai Hongqing immediately stepped on the gas and rushed forward. Many zombies that didn't have time to get up or stand up were immediately sent flying by his car. But the zombies that they attacked and cleared were not as fast as the zombies that came out. After driving for less than 2 minutes, they were immediately surrounded again. Long Qingying frowned and suddenly inserted the long knife into the belt on her waist. She raised her hands, one in front and one behind, facing the zombies. The steel thorns that she shot out quickly separated from the zombie skulls. Then they once again gathered in the air around her body. Long Qingying increased the power, and a lot of steel and metal around her flew towards her. It was like there was a huge magnetic field on her body, sucking all the metal over. Many of the metal in front of Long Qingying formed a circle with a diameter of 2 meters, then melted together, quickly turning into countless steel thorns, and then shot towards the surrounding zombies like a rain of arrows. Her attack skills were all wide-range, and a single shot could kill dozens of ordinary zombies. Then she quickly pulled back the steel and shot again. Thus, very quickly, the surrounding zombie corpses piled up. Seeing that the crazed zombies were easily stopped by Long Qingying, everyone breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. At this time, Long Qingying forcefully stepped on the roof of the car, and a cold voice came down. If there isn't a level 5 zombie leader here, then there is a level 4 zombie with spirit type. Hearing her warning, everyone's heart jumped. That's right, to be able to control hundreds and thousands of zombies to suddenly appear, it was no longer an ordinary mutant zombie. Looking around, there were already 600 to 700 zombies in their line of sight, not counting the 100 or 200 that they had killed. And behind these zombies, there were more zombies joining in and pouncing towards them. Looks like it's really the case. If that's the case, then with the addition of the wind-type zombie, we might be in trouble this time. Enchanting stared at the surrounding hidden corners and found the high-level zombie that was controlling the group of zombies. Roar, 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 puff, 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 bang, 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 the roars of the zombies, Long Qingying's steel spike stabbing into the brain, and the gunshots of the other people in the car. The surroundings became a little chaotic. Let's find the zombie that's controlling the horde. Long Qingying shouted to the people below. Looking for it. But the other party is obviously hiding. Enchanting and the others were carefully searching. But he did not see any high-level zombies that were different from normal zombies. At this time, both sides slowly entered a state of stalemate. The zombies' human wave tactic made Long Qingying and the others not fall into a disadvantage so quickly, but at this time they were too busy to gain the upper hand. It was a little difficult to break out of the encirclement of this zombie horde. On the other side, Qiu Lily looked at everything coldly. She did not have the intention to kill the humans, but she also did not have the intention to save them. Because she had been chased by humans before, it was already good that she did not go back to take revenge. Asking her to save them, she could not do it. So she did not intervene. She had no interest in this disgusting zombie core. Qiu Lily quietly stood on the tall building next to them, feeling more and more zombies rushing over. It looked like a zombie tide was about to form. If the people in front of her did not quickly retreat, then even if they used up all their energy, they would not be able to kill all the zombies here. What Qiu Lily saw, Enchanting and the others could not see. They could only see the circle of zombies in front of them. And the thickness of the zombies gathered, it was not just a few hundred. The surrounding circle was densely packed with zombies. At a glance, they could only see all kinds of zombie heads. Just like the queue to buy tickets at the train station during the spring festival, the number of people, it was frightening to see. But they had already come here, of course they did not want to return empty-handed after running so far. So now they had to find the 2 high-level zombies as soon as possible and kill them, then quickly leave with the zombie cores. Long Qingying was now in charge of blocking the zombies, but this number. I can't hold them for long. She did not ask the people below to do anything, just told them her current situation. To let the people below prepare a little. Long Qingying was working with them for the first time, and also the first time with others. If these people did not give her food in advance, and the amount was not small, she would not have agreed to help. And knowing that she needed a large amount of food to prepare to leave this base, Enchanting and the others secretly found her. They asked her to cooperate. Du Yuanqing looked at the increasingly terrifying number of zombies, and nodded in understanding. Hold on a little longer, we will find that zombie soon. If you are tired, rest, let us do it. Okay. Long Qingying agreed readily. The big-headed zombie saw that there were so many ordinary zombies, and it had been so long, but it still hadn't caused these humans to panic. It was starting to get a little impatient, and it opened its mouth wide to reveal its fangs. Suddenly, it opened its big mouth and let out a very strange cry. Squeak! Its cry was not very loud, but it traveled very far. Qiu Lily was standing on the next building not far from it. As soon as she heard the sound, she immediately felt a sharp pain in her head. What followed was a nauseating feeling. She furrowed her brows and her aura trembled slightly, but she did not release it. Ow! For a moment, the big-headed zombie sensed Qiu Lily's aura of a level 6 leader, but the feeling disappeared as quickly as it came. So the big-headed zombie looked around in confusion. After observing for a while, he didn't find that kind of aura from before. On the other hand, Long Qingying and the others didn't feel so good. They were not like Qiu Lily, who only felt nauseous. Instead, they felt a sharp pain in their heads. The pain made their bodies tremble, and then they almost went limp. Chapter 102. Yes. Long Qingying let out a muffled groan. Her legs gave way, and she knelt on the roof of the car. His hands were on the roof of the car, and his head was hung low. His face was contorted in pain. Of the 7 or 8 men below, only Du Yuanqing, who was also a level 5 adept, was slightly better. The others were all howling. Ah, ugh, my head hurts. Ah, what's going on, it hurts. Du Yuanqing held his head as he endured the spasms all over his body. He took a deep breath and reluctantly stretched out a hand. He waved his hand at the zombies who had found an opening and rushed over. A thin bolt of lightning shot out from his hand and quickly branched into an electric net. It covered the zombies. Pai Li Pa La. After the sound of an explosion, the direction of the zombies that Du Yuanqing threw out an electric net. More than a dozen zombies were electrocuted into charcoal, their bodies emitting black smoke. He was a rare lightning ability user. In fact, if it wasn't for his high level, he wouldn't have been able to do so. It doesn't have any effect on zombies, but it can be used on humans. Therefore, in the base, no one dared to provoke him. Who would want to be electrocuted a few times for no reason? Just thinking about it felt too sour. At this time, the others were already paralyzed in the car, holding their heads and moaning with their mouths wide open. Their expressions were extremely painful. Fuck, this is mental attack, right? Kai Hongqing hugged the steering wheel and pressed his head against the steering wheel. Ah, it hurts. Ah Shun. How are you? Ah Shun. Ah Shun. The others in the back suddenly realized that the weakest among them, an ordinary person, had already rolled his eyes and was foaming at the mouth. Long Qingying, who was on the roof of the car, had already recovered. She looked up and saw that the zombies had already rushed to the side of the car. Because all the people in the car were paralyzed, no one could stop the zombies from approaching. Soon, their encirclement was reduced. She propped her head up and raised one hand, gathering the metal around her once more. There was another round of steel bullets. Only then did they manage to kill the zombies that were about to reach the car. Drive quickly, there are too many zombies. If we don't leave now, we'll be buried, she said as she attacked. At this time, Du Yuanqing had also recovered and replied, let's go quickly. Let's not look for the level 4 zombie, let's retreat first. He was telling Kai Hongqing to hurry up and drive. As for the level 4 zombie targets, they could only temporarily spread them out. He would have to slowly figure out the situation of this strange spiritual type zombie before making his next move. Moreover, the wind type zombie had yet to appear, and no one knew where it went. Didn't they say that 2 high-level zombies wouldn't appear in the same place at the same time? Could it be that the level 4 wind zombie was chased away by the level 4 spirit zombie before they arrived? At this moment, just as they were about to scatter, Lin Qiao, who had been in his own space, didn't pay attention to the situation outside and directly appeared. And the location was just right. Standing on the roof of the car, Lin Qiao stared at the plain but cold face of a woman in front of him. A sentence flashed through his mind. Holy shit! What was this situation? Before she could react, the woman who was less than half a meter away from her had already reacted extremely quickly and pulled out a knife. Shing! The sound of a sharp sword being unsheathed. Long Qingying had already pulled out the knife from her waist extremely quickly and neatly. She turned her hand and slashed at the zombie that suddenly appeared in front of her out of nowhere. Holy shit! Don't attack as soon as you come. Can't we talk nicely? Lin Qiao, who had yet to react, just slightly leaned to the side. She didn't jump out of the car, but directly turned her feet. She dodged by a body's length. Subconsciously, she used her claws to grab the sharp knife that was slashing over. Long Qingying's heart skipped a beat because of her agile reaction, but her movements didn't stop. Instead, she lifted her leg and kicked towards Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao quickly raised her leg to block, then turned her leg. Suddenly, she caught the other's long leg and stepped on the roof of the car. At the same time, she tilted her head and dodged the other's metal palm that was aimed towards her face. She felt that if she was stabbed in the forehead by this metal palm, it wouldn't be fun. She raised her other hand and fiercely clasped her metal hand. Only then did she completely control the woman's attack methods. The other hand of the woman was still holding the knife, but the blade was directly grabbed by Lin Qiao's claws. The sharp knife didn't cut Lin Qiao's palm, instead, it made it very easy for her to grab it. After controlling the woman's hands and feet, Lin Qiao finally had time to look around to see what was going on. This was because she had already seen a pile of densely packed zombie heads below. Roar! Subconsciously, she roared at these zombies, with a strong sense of warning and expulsion in her voice. Make them all retreat. At this time, Long Qingying's heart was already cold, and a thought flashed through her mind. Was this the level 4 spirit-type zombie? But although she thought about it in her mind, her hands were still very fast. She immediately let go of the hand that was holding the knife handle, and her 5 hands quickly turned into a metal finger, fiercely stabbing towards Lin Qiao's head. Lin Qiao knew her movements like the back of her hand, because she wasn't just grabbing the woman. Because of the close contact, she could feel the woman's thoughts. So when the woman let go of her hand, Lin Qiao suddenly let go. Her body jumped back, did a backflip, and then landed beautifully on the ground. Long Qingying's steel claw stabbed empty air, and in the blink of an eye, she saw that the zombie was already on the ground not far from the opposite side. Ha! The zombie horde has stopped. At this time, Kai Hongqing suddenly opened his eyes, and looked around suspiciously at the surrounding zombies. A figure jumped down from the car, and stood on Lin Qiao's side. With her back facing the car, she stared at Lin Qiao with both hands holding the knife. It appeared. As soon as she said that, the other people's attention immediately turned to her. They also knew that she meant that a level 4 spirit-type zombie had appeared. Sure enough, as soon as they got behind Long Qingying, they looked in the direction she was looking at. They saw a strange zombie standing on the ground 3 or 4 meters away, looking left and right, up and down, not knowing what it was. This zombie should be a male, about 1.7 meters tall, with short hair. His face was covered with a large area of brown scars, and his original appearance couldn't be seen. He was wearing a clean military training uniform, and his temperament was capable and clean. He didn't have the dirty, broken, and smelly appearance of other zombies. A pair of pitch-black eyes, flashing with a cold light. And the surrounding ordinary zombies all stopped moving. After Du Yuanqing and the others recovered, they immediately became alert. However, a minute passed, and this zombie didn't even look at them. Chapter 103. Lin Chao looked left and right, up and down, but she didn't see Qiu Lily's figure. She then remembered that Qiu Lily was a bit afraid of people, so she should be hiding somewhere. Then what's with the densely packed ordinary zombies in front of her? She didn't move, and the people on the other side of the car didn't dare to move either. They were afraid that another wave of mental attacks would come, and it wouldn't feel good. So, the two sides temporarily stopped fighting. Lin Chao paid attention to those people, while sensing Qiu Lily's position. In the end, she couldn't sense where she went. But she sensed another zombie's aura. It was very vicious, evil, and bloodthirsty. From the aura, it wasn't a good one. She thought that these zombies were summoned by Qiu Lily, but after she couldn't sense Qiu Lily's aura, she dispelled that thought. Because during the time she stayed with Qiu Lily, she didn't feel any negative aura from her. There was no killing, vicious, or bloodthirsty aura. Anyway, her aura was very clean, just like her appearance. So Lin Chao felt that Qiu Lily wouldn't deal with these humans. And now she couldn't even be seen. After sensing another zombie with a very bad aura, Lin Chao roughly guessed what was going on. These people didn't know why they came here, and that zombie probably followed them all the way. After arriving here, she found that the wind-type zombies were gone, and at this time, the humans stopped. Lin Chao could feel the zombies' strong desire for these humans. It wanted to eat all of them. Lin Chao turned her head, and looked at Long Qingying and the others. As soon as she turned her head to look at Long Qingying and the others, they immediately felt a strange aura. It didn't seem like she was going to attack, and she wasn't on guard. She stood there leisurely, as if she didn't care about their existence. She felt that the group of people here didn't have any sense of existence. Du Yuanqing and the others looked at each other, and continued to look at Lin Chao suspiciously. Isn't her target us? Du Yuanqing said. This zombie's body is so clean. It can't bathe often. Another person didn't answer the question, and stared at Lin Chao's clothes. Oh, that's right. It was true, except for those pitch-black eyes. No matter how I look at it, it doesn't look like a zombie. After he said that, everyone's attention was immediately drawn to Lin Chao's appearance. Ah! It's true. Also, why is she carrying a rifle? There are so many guns on his waist and legs. When did zombies start using guns? Hearing this, the men's attention suddenly went to their clothes and weapons. Lin Chao could not help but roll her eyes. Long Qingying did the same thing as her. After Long Qingying rolled her eyes, she was stunned. Because she saw that the zombies on the other side were also looking at the sky at a 45-degree angle, with an expression of, "There are a few idiots on the other side." Long Qingying, did she see it wrongly? Even Long Qingying, who had always been indifferent, was starting to lose her cool. Did he look down on us just now? At this moment, Du Yuanqing suddenly said faintly. Because he also saw Lin Chao's expression. The others were speechless. Qiao Lin, Long Qingying, Lin Chao rolled his eyes again. Everyone, he's really looking down on us. Feeling that they were being looked down on by zombies, the few of them felt a strange sense of grievance. Fuck. You're a zombie without a human soul, why are you learning human expressions? Long Qingying raised the knife in front of her eyes, indicating that she no longer had any patience to continue looking at this zombie. She raised the knife and staggered her feet. She got into a position that was ready to attack. As soon as she moved, the others were immediately pulled back. Only then did they realize that their attention had been diverted just now. They had actually only paid attention to the other party's equipment. However, at this moment, the zombie on the other side suddenly took a step back. His left palm was raised horizontally, and his other right hand stretched out a finger from below to press against the palm of the left hand above. Seeing this obviously paused gesture, everyone subconsciously paused for a moment. Long Qingying turned her head to look at Du Yuanqing and the others with an inexplicable expression. The expression in her eyes seemed to have a few big question marks. Is he a human or a zombie? Also, just now, she felt that this zombie appeared on the roof of the car and exchanged those two moves with her. It seemed to be the combat skills of military boxing, not the skills that zombies should be able to use. Now that she saw the other party's gesture, Long Qingying didn't know if there was something wrong with her brain, or if there was something wrong with her eyes. The others looked at her with a dumbfounded expression, and then looked at Lin Qiao opposite, who knew if they saw a human or a zombie. Are you a human or a zombie? Among Du Yuanqing and the others, there was one who spoke faster, and suddenly directly shouted at Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao. Just by looking at her, you could tell that she was a zombie, okay? Originally, she wanted to find a pair of glasses to cover her eyes, but she couldn't find any. And the man who shouted without thinking was also dumbfounded, feeling the gazes of the others on him. He silently looked up at the sky, looked at the ground, and looked at his own feet. The others looked at him with eyes that said, "You actually dare to talk to a zombie? Do you think he can understand you? Or do you want him to answer you?" A series of gazes that said, "Impossible, you idiot, are you sick?" and so on. But very quickly, they all felt that there was something wrong with them. Because at this time, they saw the zombie suddenly take out a small book and a pen, opened the small book, took the pen and started to write. This action already made Du Yuanqing, Long Qingying and the others widen their eyes, a look of disbelief on their faces. Then, what was even more unbelievable was that after the zombie finished writing, it tore off the paper, crumpled it into a ball, and then threw it towards them. Everyone. Were they crazy, or was the apocalypse crazy? When did zombies have such a high-level skill like writing? Did this zombie turn into a demon? The small paper ball flew towards Long Qingying. Originally Lin Qiao was about 6 to 7 meters away from them. The small paper ball shouldn't have been able to fly over here. But when Lin Qiao threw the small paper ball over, it was caught by Long Qingying with a blank face. Seeing that she caught the paper ball, the others immediately focused their attention on her. They were still very curious about whether the paper ball was written in words or scribbles. Thus, after Long Qingying opened the paper ball, his sharp handwriting was as standard as a soldier's. "I am a zombie, but I do not harm people. The target you are looking for is behind." After reading this sentence, they habitually looked back. They only saw that on that tree, there was an extremely ugly small zombie squatting. That pair of dark and ferocious eyes was staring in their direction. Chapter 104. Holy shit! What the hell? Upon seeing this incomparably huge zombie, the faces of Du Yuanqing and the others instantly changed, and they cursed in their hearts at the same time. It was too ugly and disgusting. What the hell is this? Only Long Qingying was calmly looking at the 1.2 tall zombie. It had a huge head with 4 eyes, 2 noses, and a mouth that was so wide that it could not be seen. His head was a bloody mess with a lot of wet hair. It was as if 2 skulls had been combined and kneaded together to form its current appearance. Too disgusting. Long Qingying cursed silently in her heart. Without waiting for Du Xuanqing and Long Qingying to confirm whether this was the one Lin Qiao had mentioned, the big head zombie made its move. It saw that everyone had discovered it, as if it was afraid that Lin Qiao would steal its food. Impatiently, he opened his mouth wide and let out a loud shout. Squeak, the sound was very ear-piercing. This time, the effect was several times stronger than before. Pfff. A few sounds of blood being spat out could be heard. 3 or 4 people in Biao Yuanqing's group directly spat out a large mouthful of blood as their bodies went limp. He collapsed to the ground. Just now, after Lin Qiao appeared, they all got out of the car. Apart from the one who was foaming at the mouth, he was still lying in the car. And the others didn't feel good either. Long Qingying, Du Yuanqing, and the others also felt their minds shake, followed by a sharp pain. It was as if something sharp was poking around in their sea, stirring and churning around. Long Qingying was the only one who managed to block the attack with her katana. Du Yuanqing, Kai Hongqing, and the rest immediately knelt down. All of them temporarily lost their fighting strength. However, the strange thing was that the sound wave attack was effective on Qiu Lily as well. At this moment, there was no reaction to Lin Qiao at all. Aoya seeing the situation of Long Qingying and the others, the big head zombie immediately took the opportunity to jump down from the tree. It's over. Although Du Yuanqing and the others noticed its movements, they couldn't do anything to resist at this moment. The spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. Even Long Qingying, who was the most powerful among them, couldn't use any moves even though she could hold the saber in her hand. This was because her reaction had become sluggish under the attack of the sound waves. Although he had this thought and command in his mind, he couldn't quickly transmit it to the rest of his body. Therefore, when she saw the big-headed zombie rushing in their direction, Long Qingying only had time to hold the saber with both hands, but she didn't even have time to raise it. The big head zombie was already in front of him. Because it was not far from them in the first place. Just as everyone was about to despair, a roar suddenly rang out. Roar, a human figure flashed, and just as the big head zombie was about to pounce on Du Yuanqing's body, it suddenly appeared on the side, and a claw quickly stabbed horizontally towards the big head zombie. Pft! Squeak! The sound of a sharp weapon piercing into the body was followed by a violent scream. Therefore, some people only felt their minds shake violently, and their vision went black. Everyone fainted. Pfff! Lin Qiao swung his hand and looked at the sticky liquid and the blue corpse core on his claw with disgust. The big head zombie was casually swung by her, and like a lump of rotten meat, it fell to the ground with a thud. Lin Qiao looked at the corpse core in her hand, and then looked at the people who were lying on the ground. It seemed that the zombie's cry before it died was very powerful. But why didn't she have any reaction at all? Could it be because she was a zombie? Lin Qiao was puzzled and thought about it, but soon she didn't have the mind to think about it. Because what should she do with the pile of people on the ground? Since she had already encountered them, she couldn't just leave them alone. Although she was a zombie now, her soul was still the soul of a soldier. Looking left and right, she still didn't see Qiu Lily's figure. She also didn't know where that guy ran to. She didn't know if it was because of the big head zombie's last cry, the group of zombies that hadn't moved just now. At this time, they all surged, and were ready to move towards the few humans. Roar, get lost! Lin Qiao bared her teeth at them, and gave a warning roar. The zombies immediately stopped moving, and started moving in their original positions. They didn't leave, but they didn't dare to come closer. Lin Qiao looked at them, and finally decided to put all these people into the car. She put the corpse core in her pocket, looked at her hand, and didn't care anymore. She directly picked up Long Qingying and put her on the seat in the car. After going back and forth for a while, Lin Qiao finally put all the people into the car. At this time, a white shadow flashed, and stood on the roof of the car. Qiao Lily watched Lin Qiao put all the people into the car, and then pointed at these people. She looked at Lin Qiao with doubt. Now what should she do with these people? Lin Qiao looked up at her. This guy just went to hide somewhere, and only came out now. She took out a notebook, and wrote on the paper, "Are you afraid of people?" Qiao Lily's eyes slightly drooped, and her mouth curled up. She turned her back to her, and didn't say anything. Lin Qiao smiled helplessly. Well, now she also didn't understand Qiao Lily's thoughts about humans. It couldn't be said to be repulsive, but it was more fear. In fact, she really wanted to be close to humans, because she was originally a human. It was just that her appearance was that of a zombie. She didn't eat or kill people, although the virus in her body might also be transmitted to others. But she still wanted to be close to humans. However, just because her appearance had changed, humans treated her as an alien. Lin Qiao looked at the surrounding zombies, and found that after Qiao Lily appeared, they all retreated one after another. They all retreated one after another, like the receding tide. Because when Qiao Lily came out, she released the powerful breath on her body. Feeling her king's breath, the ordinary zombies instinctively wanted to leave. Just like the people in ancient times who saw a powerful person, with inexplicable fear and awe. Lin Qiao saw that she didn't want to talk, and could only close the car door. She also didn't want to drive, so she put the people and the car into the space. She didn't know whether these 9 people were dead or alive, but she felt that they were still alive. But she didn't know what was going on. Lin Qiao was going to put these people in a room first, and wait to see if they could wake up. When the car disappeared, Qiao Lily lightly landed on the ground, and deliberately walked on the clean and flat ground. Lin Qiao wrote on the paper, "Go find a hotel building first." She wanted to see if there was a bed left from before, so that these people could lie down. It was okay if there wasn't, anyway, people could lie on the ground. When Qiao Lily saw the paper, she raised her hand and pointed to the side. Just now when she was standing on a high place, she did see a hotel building. Chapter 105. Lin Qiao followed the direction she pointed and walked over. After walking 2 streets and passing through an alley, she arrived at another street. She saw the building of a big hotel. Many windows were broken, and the main door of the hotel was almost torn down. But fortunately, the building was still intact. Walking through the main door of the hotel, the hall was a common mess after the end of the world. The sofa was overturned, or it was scratched by something, revealing the cotton lining inside. The sofa was covered with solidified black blood stains, and there were also many dried blood stains on the walls and floor. Lin Qiao just casually looked around, and walked straight towards the direction of the stairs. The zombies in this area were either driven away by the wind-type zombies, or attracted by the big head zombie just now. So there was still no sign of a zombie here. It was desolate and silent, with no signs of human habitation. A large amount of dust was pushed into a thick layer, but there were no traces of it being moved. It showed that no one had come here for a long time after the end of the world. At least before Lin Qiao came here, no one had come here for a long time. Walking to the stairwell, the stairs and walls were still covered with black blood stains, making people think of how chaotic and panicky the situation was at that time. Going up to the 2nd floor, the corridor was also messy, and going up to the 3rd floor, the situation was similar. Lin Qiao looked back and forth in the room, and found a big suite. Because there were 2 big beds, a sofa, a living room and so on. It was very spacious, and not that messy, but there was a lot of dust. After Lin Qiao came in, she locked the door. Walking around the room, she looked at the bathroom by the window and other places. Then she walked to the 2 beds in the bedroom, and brought the people out of the space one by one. Chiu Lily stood at the entrance of the room, looking at the layer of dust in the room. She stood there and didn't want to move. Lin Qiao didn't care how much dust there was on the bed, and threw the people in a row. Then she slowly observed the condition of these people one by one. She looked at the man next to her, and saw that there was white foam at the corner of his mouth. She reached out to lift his eyelids, and found that his eyes were rolled up, and his pupils were a little dilated. Then she touched the pulse on his neck, and found that it was still beating. Then, he looked at the situation of the others. They all seemed to be in a similar situation. However, those with high Esper energy in their bodies were in slightly better condition. There were 2 ordinary people without abilities who were now in a deep coma. If he wanted to wake up, he might need a special treatment. Lin Qiao knew that the lake water could heal him, but he didn't know if it should depend on the situation. Last time, the little boy's condition was caused by malnutrition and hunger, which was different from the situation of these people. But she was not a doctor and did not know how to treat patients. He didn't have any medicine on him, so he could only try using the lake water in the space. Whether they lived or died, it all depended on their own luck. That was all she could do to help. Moreover, it would take more than 10 hours to get to the human base from here, even if she kept driving non-stop. Right now, she could only try the effects of the lake water and see if she could wake up the stronger ones. Let them figure out how to deal with this situation themselves. He flashed into the space, took a big bowl to the lakeside, and filled it with lake water. Then, he fed them water one by one. After feeding them, he observed their reactions. She could see the energy of the lake water. She watched as the energy gathered on everyone's head. Lin Qiao guessed that they were shaken by the sound. Actually, there was another reason why Lin Qiao wanted to wake them up. It was the main reason. She wanted to ask these people if they had heard of the names Lin Feng, Lin Wenwen, Lin Hao, Huang Mei, and Qing Wangyue. This was because Lin Qiao knew that they appeared here from the southern base because the closest geographical location was Pluto's base in the south. Now, it was time to see if these people could wake up. Chiu Lily stood for a while and saw that Lin Qiao was busy checking the situation of those people and feeding them water. She walked over and pulled Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao looked back at her in confusion, not knowing what she wanted to say. Chiu Lily made a gesture of writing to her. Lin Qiao immediately took out a notebook and a pen and gave it to her. Chiu Lily took the pen and paper and began to write, "Even if you save them, they won't appreciate it. They will still kill you and me." Lin Qiao took the words she wrote and pondered over her meaning. It seemed that this child had helped people before. Later, those people found out that she was a zombie, so they were afraid that she would spread the virus to them. They probably wanted to kill her. She didn't know if it was because they were too close, or because Chiu Lily's emotions were fluctuating too much. Lin Qiao could feel the pain of being abandoned and hurt. Lin Qiao sighed and wrote on the paper, "It's okay, I don't want them to accept me. It's just that if we can ask them about a few people, saving them this time won't be in vain. If they bite the hand that feeds them, we can leave. Anyway, even if they fight, the 2 of them won't lose. Why worry so much?" That was what Lin Qiao thought. After Chiu Lily read it, she was silent for a while. She walked to the window and stood on the frame to look at the post-apocalyptic scenery outside. Lin Qiao looked at her profile and didn't say anything. She turned around and walked to the bed. She began to search the men's bodies. She was lacking a pair of sunglasses and didn't know if these people had it. If they did, she wouldn't borrow it. She would just treat it as her repayment for helping them this time. Her request wasn't high at all. So, she didn't hesitate to search these people's bodies. She didn't expect to find it on Du Yuanqing's waist. She actually had it. She was pleasantly surprised and took out Du Yuanqing's sunglasses. Then she put them on herself. Not bad. Although the sunglasses were black, it didn't affect Lin Qiao's vision, which was originally black and white. After finding the sunglasses, she leaned against the wall and looked at the people on the two beds with satisfaction. A few minutes passed, half an hour passed, 1 hour. After waiting for a full 2 hours, Lin Qiao saw Long Qingying's eyebrows twitch. She woke up. Long Qingying frowned. After opening her eyes, she held her forehead and sat up. Only then did she notice the unfamiliar environment around her. She immediately looked around vigilantly. After looking around, she saw Lin Qiao, who was standing less than 2 meters away. There was also a girl in a white dress in the living room on the other side. After seeing these two zombies, she subconsciously wanted to pull out her knife. But when she touched her waist, she touched empty air. Only then did she realize that she had been lying here just now. If they wanted to harm her, they would have done it long ago. Long Qingying hurriedly checked her body's condition and found that there was no problem. Then she looked at the others. Lin Qiao quietly looked at her reaction. After temporarily confirming that everyone was fine, Long Qingying turned to look at Lin Qiao again. Chapter 106. Looking at the sunglasses on Lin Qiao's face, Long Qingying silently turned her head to look at Du Yuanqing. Then she turned back to look at Lin Qiao, and asked tentatively, "You saved us?" Long Qingying still remembered that before she fainted, the short big-headed zombie had already attacked them before they could react. At that time, although she had realized the danger, she couldn't react in time. But at that time, she seemed to have seen a hand blocking the zombie in time, stabbing into the big-headed zombie's head very precisely, fiercely, and accurately. Then the big-headed zombie let out a scream, and they all fainted from the shock. Long Qingying looked around, and found that this should be a hotel room. The decorations and furnishings were all the same as in a hotel. Messy, dusty, everywhere. All of which showed that no one had been here before. The reason why Long Qingying could speak like this was also because of Lin Qiao's previous actions. Since they could communicate, of course they could talk things out. Lin Qiao indifferently nodded to her. Long Qingying looked at the sunglasses on her face, and asked in confusion, "You are a zombie, but why do you can understand our words, right, and even save us? Are you really a zombie?" Lin Qiao directly showed her claws. Long Qingying, then why did you save us? Shouldn't you eat us? Don't zombies all eat people? Lin Qiao took the paper, and patiently wrote, "I am a zombie, but I am different from ordinary zombies. I don't need to eat people. I saved you because I want to ask you about a few people." After writing, Lin Qiao took the paper closer to her. Long Qingying subconsciously took a step back. Even if this zombie didn't show any hostility, she didn't dare to let it get close. They were virus carriers, too dangerous. Seeing her move back, Lin Qiao stopped. She could only step back, tear the paper, and crumple it into a ball. Then she threw it at her. Long Qingying caught it and opened it to look. She looked up at Lin Qiao. "You are really different from other zombies. Who do you want to ask about?" Just as Lin Qiao was about to write down the names of her mother, brother, and younger siblings, Du Yuanqing woke up. Hiss, he grunted in discomfort, then took in a deep breath. Then, he sat up on the bed with his face tightly wrinkled. "How did I come back? This is... Oh. My glasses." Du Yuanqing supported his head and sat up. He first looked around blankly. At first glance, he saw Lin Chao standing next to him with sunglasses on, so he immediately recognized them as his own glasses. He touched the pocket on his waist, and sure enough, it was empty. Lin Chao looked at him and smiled. She grinned at him and bared her sharp white teeth. Well, there was no other way. After she became a zombie, her mouth became like this if she was not careful. Seeing her white teeth, Du Yuanqing felt an indescribable chill in his heart. He silently moved his gaze away from Lin Chao's face and looked at Long Qingying. Long Qingying stood up and moved towards Du Yuanqing on the other bed. What's the situation? Why are we here? Du Yuanqing saw that she was next to him and also stood up. He asked in a low voice. Didn't you see? He saved us. Long Qingying stared straight at Lin Chao and replied in a low voice. Du Yuanqing couldn't understand, and asked with a confused face, is he a zombie or a human? Why would he save us? Long Qingying faintly rolled her eyes at him. He had already admitted that he was a zombie, and now he still asked if it was a bit stupid. Zombie. Saving us also has a request. Asking for information was a request. What request? Do you want to keep us alive and eat us one by one? Du Yuanqing couldn't help but say. Tisk. Lin Chao rolled her eyes and couldn't help but make a tisk sound. She inexplicably felt that this man's IQ was a bit low. Long Qingying, she felt that Du Yuanqing might have just woken up and his IQ wasn't up yet. So she didn't reply to him and looked at Lin Chao. Who do you want to ask about? Hearing Long Qingying's words, Du Yuanqing finally understood that the zombie's request was to ask about people. After letting out a sigh of relief, Du Yuanqing then thought of checking his body's condition. When leaving the base, the thing they were most afraid of was being infected by zombies. Just a little bit and it would be over. So they definitely couldn't let the possibility of being infected happen. For example, being bitten or scratched by zombies, accidentally eating mutated plants, or being attacked by zombie beasts. After looking left and right at his body, he didn't find anything strange. Apart from the slight dull pain in his head, there was nothing wrong. At this time, Lin Chao took out a pen and wrote, "Have you heard of Lin Feng, Huang Mei, Lin Wenwen, Lin Hao?" He threw the paper over again. Long Qingying caught the paper and continued to open it. At this time, Du Yuanqing also came over to take a look. Then their expressions changed slightly, and then they looked at Lin Chao strangely. Du Yuanqing opened his mouth and asked, "You know them? Why are you looking for them?" Lin Chao nodded. Of course she knew them, they were all her family. Although her appearance had changed, becoming a different person. But her feelings hadn't changed. Of course she wanted to find them to know their current situation, and their current living conditions. But hearing Du Yuanqing's tone, she keenly sensed the vigilance of the other party. Lin Chao looked at the two of them in confusion. Their expressions had already told her. They knew their own family. But what was with the vigilance and wariness in their eyes? It was a display of a sense of protection. Not only did they know Lin Feng and the others, but they also seemed to be protecting them. Lin Chao felt that the two's behavior was a bit strange. Her own brother, she knew that he wasn't weak. Even if he wasn't a psychic, he wouldn't have a hard time in this post-apocalyptic world. Because her brother was a battalion commander in another unit. He was a veteran soldier who was even more experienced than her. So even if it was to protect herself and her family, it wasn't a problem. But from the expressions of the two people, she could feel that Lin Feng and the other situation wasn't good. Because the vigilance of the two people in front of her was too strong. It was as if they felt that she would be disadvantageous to them. No, the vigilance of the two people wasn't directed at her. It was directed at a lot of people. Could it be that Lin Feng and the others had encountered some trouble in the base? Lin Qiao felt a lot of things from the expressions and emotions of the two people. Not only because of her judgment as a soldier, but also because she could now sense the thoughts of others. This ability had increased again. Can you tell us your relationship with Lin Feng? Long Qingying frowned and asked. Chapter 107. Lin Qiao raised her eyebrows and wrote on the paper, "He and I used to be friends and subordinates." She felt that these two people might know Lin Feng, but she didn't know if they knew that Lin Feng had a sister called Lin Qiao. So she didn't tell them her name and relationship. So she lied and said that she was Lin Feng's friend and subordinate. She just wanted to show some concern for her former friend and superior. That was reasonable. Long Qingying looked at the paper, then looked at Lin Qiao and asked, "Used to? Was it before you became a zombie?" Lin Qiao nodded. Du Yuanqing then said, "It's hard for us to believe you now." Lin Qiao crossed her arms in front of her chest, not caring about their current rejection. She just nodded in agreement to Du Yuanqing's words. If it was her, she also wouldn't easily believe a stranger that suddenly appeared. Bah, a strange zombie. She continued to write on the paper, "You can choose not to believe me. But I can use this to exchange for information about them." Saying that, she took out the zombie core from her pocket. Originally, she wanted to use this zombie core to heal in the center of the lake. Maybe if she used it again, the scars on her face would be healed. Seeing the blue zombie core in her hand, Long Qingying and Du Yuanqing's eyes lit up. This color represented a level 4 zombie core. This could be exchanged for a lot of food and water in the base. Moreover, this was also the reason why they came here. Lin Qiao rolled the zombie core and paper together and threw it over. It was caught by Long Qingying. Du Yuanqing's eyes were fixed on the zombie core in Long Qingying's hand, as if nothing else mattered. Long Qingying reached out to stop him, and said to Lin Qiao, "How do we know that you won't harm them after getting the information? If you want to deal with them, then we can't sell the information to you." The corner of Lin Qiao's mouth curled up, and she faintly smiled, then wrote another sentence and threw it over. "You don't have to say. But I could go and ask the others. But I have to take this zombie core back." It didn't matter if the transaction didn't go through, she could continue looking for the next one. Anyway, she already knew from these two's reaction that Lin Feng's reputation wasn't small. This way, it would be much easier to inquire further. Long Qingying and Du Yuanqing looked at each other, and their hearts sank. The other party was right. They just had to find another group of people. He could also find out what was happening to Lin Feng and the others. At that time, if this zombie had any purpose, then they would not be able to stop it. Even now, he couldn't stop it. Because it was obvious that they couldn't beat him. Lin Qiao sensed the emotional changes of these two people, although he could not accurately sense their thoughts. However, she could guess some of their thoughts from their emotions. She thought that her ability to perceive other people's inner thoughts had improved, but why didn't it seem to have much effect on these two people in front of her? Was it because they were all rank 5 arcanists, and their vigilance was too strong? Was that why she couldn't sense it? Only then did Du Yuanqing move his eyes away from the corpse core. He looked at Lin Qiao and said, "Lin Feng and the others have been good to us, so if you're looking for him because you want to harm him, then don't blame me. We can't tell you anything about him. At the very least, you have to show us evidence that will convince us that you won't use it against him." Lin Qiao thought about it. How could she prove it? She had no way to prove it. Even with the rank 4 corpse core, they still couldn't let their guard down. It seemed that it wouldn't be easy to get the information this time. Since that was the case, she could only use the worst method. She took the paper and wrote, "Since we can't make a deal, then we can only do this for now. Please return the corpse core to me, I can go and ask others about it." Saving you this time was just a matter of convenience. No need to thank me. Then she tossed the note at them again and held out her hand to them. Holding the corpse core in her hand, Long Qingying looked back at Du Yuanqing. She couldn't make up her mind. Because she didn't trust this zombie, she didn't intend to tell this zombie about Lin Feng and the others. However, the fate of the corpse core wasn't something she could decide right now. After all, she had already received the payment, and now she was just doing something for them. The only person who could make the decision was Du Yuanqing, the team leader. At this time, Du Yuanqing snatched the corpse core from her hand and held it in his hand to stare at it. He raised his head to look at Lin Qiao, then looked at Long Qingying. His eyes were fluctuating, and his expression was one of struggle. But his hand was tightly holding on to the corpse core. Lin Qiao didn't rush him, and let him do his own mental work. Du Yuanqing hesitated for a while, then gritted his teeth and his expression became firm. He said to Lin Qiao, "We can only tell you that they are not in the Netherworld King's base. Other than the leader, the others are still alive. That should be enough." Du Yuanqing. Seeing that Du Yuanqing actually revealed the information about Lin Feng and the others for the corpse core, Long Qingying's expression turned cold, and she stared at him. However, Du Yuanqing didn't respond to her, but stared at Lin Qiao. Although he wanted to see Lin Qiao's eyes, he could only see the sunglasses he wore before. Lin Qiao nodded, she didn't feel any traces of Du Yuanqing lying. Although the information wasn't very detailed, it was enough. She could verify and gather other information herself. Thinking of this, she directly turned around and walked to Qiu Lily's side. She lightly patted her, then walked out the door. Qiu Lily turned back to look at her, then looked at Du Yuanqing and the others who were still lying unconscious on the two beds. Only then did he jump out of the window beside him, disappearing in a flash. Lin Qiao only turned back to look, then continued to walk towards the door, unlocked the door, and walked out. People with Qinggong all like to fly out from the window. Just like in ancient times, actually, when Lin Qiao threw out the corpse core, she didn't think of taking it back. She just wanted to trick Du Yuanqing. Just these two people protecting her brother and the others, and giving them the corpse core. It wasn't much. Seeing Lin Qiao and the two zombies leave so cleanly, Du Yuanqing was slightly stunned. Only then did he react, looking at Lin Qiao straight back. Not to mention, looking from behind. He really looked like a person, and not a zombie. For this corpse core, you're going to betray the leader's family. Long Qingying said after seeing Lin Qiao's figure disappear into the distance. Du Yuanqing's expression also darkened, and he replied, "Don't say such ugly words. I didn't betray the leader and the others. I just said that they're not in the base anymore, and this zombie can go ask around. He will also know about this, everyone knows anyway. Even if we don't say it now, this corpse core will still be given to others. Why can't I keep it? Do you know how many days this corpse core can be exchanged for food to feed all of us?" What he said was very reasonable, and Long Qingying was momentarily stifled. She could only stare at him silently. Chapter 108. Du Yuanqing sighed, "Why are you in such a hurry? I don't think it has any bad intentions, otherwise it wouldn't be so polite to us. It even gave us a zombie core. This corpse core could also increase its strength by a lot. Besides, I didn't tell it where the leader went, so let it find it itself." Long Qingying was angry and didn't want to talk to him. She just snorted, "Humph." Du Yuanqing looked at the door and sighed. It's only been 5 years since the apocalypse, and these zombies have already become spirits. If these two are in the base, won't they destroy the whole base? Long Qingying said, "If you're afraid it will destroy the base, you can go and kill it now." Du Yuanqing shrugged, "I don't have that ability." Besides, why do we have to say that it will destroy the human base? Maybe it can cooperate with humans. Just like us now. Long Qingying glanced at him and said, "Do you think that's possible?" Du Yuanqing thought for a while and said, "Why not? The human base is currently lacking in resources. If these zombies can bring back some clothes from the zombie city to trade with us, it would be great." Long Qingying glanced at him and said, "What can we use to trade with zombies?" "Human flesh." Du Yuanqing was speechless. It seemed that they really had nothing to give to zombies, except for the living. He sighed and said, "I don't know how Lin Feng and the others are doing." Fortunately, the leader had already planned to let Lin Yu and the others go to the base first. If they can successfully escape, there will be a place to receive them. Long Qingying walked to the window and looked outside. She didn't answer him, but said, "When they wake up, we can go back." Du Yuanqing looked at the others, they were all unconscious. He looked at Lin Chao closing the door, then walked over. He watched Lin Chao close the door before he walked over. "Since we've got the zombie core, we can go back. If we don't have the zombie core of the wind-type zombie, we can use the zombie core of the big head zombie. If he didn't have the core of the wind zombie, then the big head zombie's core would be fine. Although it's just a level 4 zombie, it's a rare spirit type. However, it is a rare spiritual type, and can be exchanged for quite a lot of food." Du Yuanqing looked at the corpse core in his hand and said, "Why isn't the wind zombie here?" Long Qingying asked curiously. "I don't know either." This was indeed the territory of another wind-type zombie, but this time there was a level 4 spirit-type zombie and 2 strange zombies with unknown levels and abilities. "That wind-type monster has probably already been killed," Du Yuanqing replied after thinking for a while. Long Qingying nodded. The two of them made up their minds and stayed in the room to guard it. At this time, Du Yuanqing saw that there was a window that was not closed. He immediately walked over and closed it. This was to prevent level 2 or 3 zombies from sneaking in. However, the two of them didn't know that after Lin Xiao went out just now. Then, he climbed back through the window. Of course, she was invisible. Hence, she had heard the conversation between Du Yuanqing and Li Rulan in the room. Lin Xiao heard it. He understood a little but didn't quite understand. She got a few pieces of information. She didn't expect that her older brother would go to City B. And he wasn't alone. Did they bring their families along? Her older brother seemed to be being chased by someone and his current situation was unknown. Hence, Du Yuanqing said that if they could successfully escape, there would be a place to receive them when they reached City B. This meant that there was still no news of them successfully escaping. Then who was it that was chasing after her older brother? The last one was that one of their family members seemed to have become a leader. Was it from Hades' base? Then who was it? Lin Xiao felt that these pieces of information were very important. If one of her family members became a leader, it meant that he was very strong. Without a strong ability, no one could become a leader. But he was already a leader, how could he be killed? However, her brother was now running away to City B with his men. Such a long journey, and they had to constantly pass through dangerous zombie hordes. Just how strong was the enemy that they couldn't even hold on with the backing of a leader? Moreover, she didn't hear any news about the leader from the two of them. This leader, who was it? Lin Xiao, who was invisible at the side, was thinking about all kinds of questions. However, the two of them didn't continue talking at this time. Instead, they were patiently checking on their companions who were still unconscious. When they woke up, they would probably leave this place. Lin Xiao was a little anxious. She wanted to know what was going on with her older brother. Mom, Wen, Ah Hao, sister-in-law, and Xiao Lu. However, these two people were too guarded against her. She couldn't just show herself and ask them. And the strange thing was that she happened to be coming from City B. Why didn't she meet Lin Feng and the others on the way? Could it be that she and Lin Feng were on different routes? Then she still couldn't figure out the route Lin Feng took. And now that he was escaping, he must have chosen a hidden route. He had to hide from the pursuers. While Lin Qiao was anxious, she could only temporarily endure. While Du Yuanqing and the other person were idly waiting for their companion to wake up, another convoy came in this direction. Moreover, the other party had 2 vehicles, both of which were military vehicles. They were all heavily armored vehicles that could crush hundreds and thousands of ordinary zombies. Commander, my information can't be wrong. That Long Qingying secretly followed Du Yuanqing and the others here. I already knew that there was a level 4 wind-type zombie here. Du Yuanqing definitely couldn't deal with it alone. That's why I asked for Long Qingying's help. My mission this time was to kill Long Qingying. It doesn't matter if it's a level 4 wind-type zombie or Du Yuanqing. Long Qingying dared to secretly help Lin Wenwen and the others. That means she's going against us. Everyone who has objections to the new base and secretly helped Lin Feng and the others. They are all people we have to deal with. Keeping them alive will only be detrimental to the new base. Yes, yes, yes. I know. That's why I immediately reported Long Qingying's whereabouts to you. Look at how sincere I am towards the new base. That's enough. You've shown your sincerity. The new base won't mistreat the survivors who chose to stay. Deputy Leader Yang chased after Lin Feng this time. I don't know if he can successfully kill Lin Feng and the others. And those 2 women, they used to be so high and mighty in the base. This time they're going to fall into Deputy Leader Yang's hands. What deputy leader? Ha! Oh, it's Leader Yang. Leader Yang. At least you know what's good for you. He can definitely successfully catch up to Lin Feng. And this time there's another level 6 metahuman beside him. I don't believe that our new leader can't kill Lin Feng and the others. Chapter 109. The 2 cars stopped about a kilometer away from where Du Yuanqing and the others were. No one got out of the car, but there were people talking into a walkie-talkie. Take some people down to investigate their situation. Remember, be hidden. Don't alert them and let them escape. Roger. Go. Yes. At this time, Du Yuanqing and the other 2 who were arranged by Lin Qiao in the hotel room still didn't know that the enemy was quietly rushing towards them. They were currently waiting for their 7 companions to wake up. Not long after, a small group of soldiers wearing camouflage uniforms and carrying silenced rifles appeared. They were hiding on the side of the road, looking for something in the surroundings. When they encountered zombies that they couldn't avoid, they would use the silenced rifles to directly explode their heads. They quickly found the place where Lin Qiao and Du Yuanqing and the others had left. Because there were a lot of newly killed zombie corpses along the way, they quickly found their way over. Then they checked the surrounding situation and identified the zombie corpses on the ground. They also checked the corpse of the large head zombie that Lin Qiao had killed with a single claw attack. This is only a level 4 spirit type. The captain of the small group of soldiers pointed at the large head zombie's corpse and said, "Captain, how do you know this is a level 4 spirit type?" The soldier on the side also looked at the zombie curiously and asked in puzzlement. "I've heard others say that it's a high-level spirit type zombie. They all have big heads and short stature. Look at its head and body, it should be a combination of 2 zombies. I heard that this type of zombie's movement ability isn't strong. They all rely on their ability to attack from a distance. After making the target temporarily lose its attack power, they will rush out and bite it to death before eating it. But this type of spirit-type zombie is very rare. The zombie core is also very precious. Then this was killed by Du Yuanqing and the others. Ha! Didn't they say that their target was a wind-type zombie? How did it become a spirit-type zombie now? There should be a change in the situation. Looks like they already got the zombie core. Maybe the level 4 wind-type zombie had already been killed by the spirit-type zombie and its zombie core was eaten by the spirit-type zombie. Otherwise, it's impossible for 2 high-level zombies to appear in one place. So it's like that. Alright, cut the crap. Hurry up and find out where they went. The mission is more important. Got it. After analyzing the situation, the squad of soldiers continued to search for clues in the surroundings. Since they had already confirmed the whereabouts of Du Yuanqing and the others, they should be nearby. Du Yuanqing and Qiu Lily didn't notice that someone was slowly approaching them, but Lin Qiao, who was hiding in the house, and Qiu Lily, who was hiding on the rooftop, smelled the scent of another group of living people. Needless to say, only the 2 zombies could detect the smell of humans so quickly. He could hide his aura, but he couldn't hide his scent no matter what. In addition, Lin Qiao's nose was much more sensitive than a dog's. Even if he closed the window, he would not be able to detect it. She could still sense it. Lin Qiao lifted his nose and gently moved to the side of the window. He stuck his nose into the crack of the window and sniffed. She frowned, not knowing who these people were. She had left Du Yuanqing's car downstairs, leaving it for them to use when they woke up. But now, it wouldn't be long before someone found out. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the scent and aura to come over. At this time, Du Yuanqing didn't know that someone was approaching. Looking at Long Qingying's gloomy expression, he suddenly couldn't help but say, I know you have a good relationship with the leader's sister, but since you care so much about her, why don't you go with them? Your strength isn't low, it would be good to have a helper on the road, right? Long Qingying only raised her head and glanced at him, then shifted her gaze to a certain corner of the wall. She didn't say anything. In fact, she had planned to leave with them, but Lin Wenwen didn't let her follow. It was too dangerous, and he didn't want her to get involved. Du Yuanqing thought for a moment and said, could it be that Lin Wenwen didn't let you go? Because there are too many people in the enemy's army, and they are all very strong. I heard that there's a rank 6 expert from the Earth Dragon base, plus that Yang Jianhua, there are 2 rank 6 paranormals chasing after them. You guys have such a good relationship, is she afraid of getting you involved? Hearing Lin Wenwen's name, Lin Qiao, who was standing by the window, suddenly turned to look at the 2. The leader's sister. Lin Wenwen. Wasn't Lin Wenwen her little sister? If she was with Lin Feng, then it had to be her younger sister. But Du Yuanqing said that Lin Feng was the leader, but he didn't mention the leader's name. Who was the leader? And Lin Wenwen was the 3rd child in her family, so she could only be the little sister of 2 people. That was herself and Lin Feng. Moreover, she didn't know this woman. Was it a friend her little sister made after the apocalypse? They said that Lin Wenwen was the leader's little sister, but Lin Feng wasn't the leader. Then, Lin Qiao suddenly wanted to know, in this Netherworld King's base, was there another person called Lin Qiao? Was there another person called Lin Qiao? Was she the leader who seemed to have been killed? Du Yuanqing said before that in Lin Feng's family, other than the leader, everyone else was alive. Then she should have asked who the leader was, and why he died. Moreover, the woman with the ponytail also said that Du Yuanqing betrayed the leader's family for the rank 4 zombie core. She was also referring to Lin Feng and the rest. So, who was this leader? Was it really like what she thought, another Lin Qiao? Another her? Lin Qiao stayed here and eavesdropped on their conversation, getting more and more information, but also more and more questions in her heart. She already knew that Lin Feng and the rest escaped towards the direction of the city. If she chased after them now, maybe she could catch up to them soon. If finding Lin Feng wasn't easy, then finding the large group that Du Yuanqing said was chasing after them should be easy. Once she found them, it would be easy to find Lin Feng and the rest. But now she wanted to know who this leader was, whether it was another Lin Qiao. This thought made her feel very strange. She felt that this was very important, but her family on the other side was also very important. She had to make a choice as soon as possible. Maybe she should show herself again and ask them clearly. At this time, the suspicious people outside seemed to have discovered them. They had already started to secretly surround and approach this side. Long Qingying didn't respond to Du Yuanqing's words. And at this time, another person lying on the bed woke up. Ugh! My head hurts. This. Ugh, where is this? Leader, why are we in this? It seems to be a hotel suite. Kai Hongqing, who had just woken up, also sat up with a headache. Then, after looking around, he opened his mouth and said, Chapter 110. As soon as he woke up, he found himself lying in a room with the windows closed, surrounded by his own people. Kai Hongqing wasn't as nervous as before. He shook his head and asked the two people standing beside him. You're awake. How do you feel? Is there still a dull pain in your head? Du Yuanqing watched him sit up, then asked. After being asked, Kai Hongqing felt that it was just as he said. He paused, then nodded, yes, yes. Is everyone unconscious? Saying that, he looked at the people who were still lying motionless. Du Yuanqing breathed a sigh of relief. That's okay, you'll be fine after a while. Kai Hongqing looked around, and found that he was in a hotel suite. Suddenly he asked, Did you bring us here? You didn't faint. Apart from these two, everyone else had fainted. Kai Hongqing thought that they were the ones who brought everyone here. But how did the two of them manage to bring the 7 of them here after avoiding so many zombies? Du Yuanqing and Long Qingying both shook their heads. No, I also fainted. When I woke up, she woke up first. Du Yuanqing said as he looked at Long Qingying. Long Qingying looked at him, but didn't say anything. Both of them knew that it was the 2 zombies that brought them here. As for how they brought so many of them here, they didn't know. That was their ability, they didn't know. Even you fainted, Captain. Don't tell me even you. Kai Hongqing looked at Du Yuanqing in surprise, then looked at Long Qingying. They didn't think that the mental zombie's scream would be so terrifying that it could wipe out their entire team. Was the zombie with the big head killed by the one with the writing? I remember that it appeared at the last moment, and stopped the big head zombie from rushing towards us. Thinking of the big head zombie sound wave attack, Kai Hongqing already remembered the scene when it rushed towards them. But they all saw it, at the last moment. Fortunately, the zombie that could write blocked it. After that, they didn't know anything. Just as he finished speaking, Long Qingying's expression suddenly changed. Her eyes flashed as she turned around and walked to the window. With a vigilant expression, he stuck his eyes to the crack on the window and looked out. Then, he stuck his ears to the window to listen for something. What's wrong? Du Yuanqing and the other man were slightly stunned by her actions and asked in confusion. Long Qingying frowned slightly and said seriously, It seems like someone is coming this way. There are about 20 people. Hearing her say this, Du Yuanqing and Du Yuanqing's expressions immediately became serious. The two of them were on full alert. Kai Hongqing immediately stood up from the bed and stared at Long Qingying. Long Qingying sensed it carefully before turning around and nodding at the two of them. They're indeed coming for us. They're not far from us. Hurry up and wake them up. As soon as she spoke, Enchanting and the other two immediately turned around and moved closer to the other people on the bed. Then, he slapped his face and shook his shoulders, calling for help. Wake up, wake up. Perhaps it was because everyone had recovered from the spirit-type zombies' attack. After being shaken by Enchanting and Kai Hongqing, everyone quickly woke up. Only two of them couldn't wake up no matter what. N. What's going on? This is, N. My head hurts. Zombies. The spirit-type zombie is coming. The people who had just woken up were all confused and didn't know what was going on. One of them still had the scene of being attacked by the spirit-type zombie before he fainted. As soon as he woke up, he waved his hands and shouted. What zombies? There are no zombies here now, wake up. Enchanting used his hand to press on the person's head and said angrily. There are no zombies here. N, where are we? Don't worry about where we are, there are people rushing towards us. They probably won't be too friendly. Hurry up and get ready. Enchanting shouted at the people who still didn't know what was going on. As soon as he shouted, everyone immediately became alert. They immediately looked around and quickly made a judgment in their minds. Long Qingying looked, and sure enough, after a while, she saw some shadows moving in the dark. They spread out and surrounded them in the direction they were in. Because this was the territory of the spirit-type zombies, there were basically no zombies here. Even the ones controlled by the spirit-type zombie just now wouldn't be able to wander here so quickly. Moreover, when Lin Qiao brought them here, he put them in the space. They didn't leave the smell of living people in the air. Those zombies also didn't know that there were a few people hiding here. But Long Qingying looked outside the building not far away, and saw those agile shadows sneaking towards them. Behind them, there was also a group of zombies following their smell. After clearly seeing those people's clothes, Long Qingying's heart sank. It's the base's army, this team should be here to scout. She said. Army? Why would the base's army come for us? We come out to kill zombies, we are free, it's not like we have anything to do with them. Long Qingying looked outside and didn't reply. They might not necessarily be coming for us, someone suddenly said. Everyone immediately glanced at Long Qingying and immediately understood in their hearts. That's right, they should be here for you. Enchanting also said. He walked to another window, and looked outside through the crack. At this time, Long Qingying noticed that the people outside had stopped moving forward. They quietly stopped 20 to 30 meters away from here, and hid in various positions. It seemed like they didn't intend to rush over and fight them. Why did they stop? Enchanting also noticed the army team outside. They are here to scout, stopping means that they have found our position. They are currently informing the officers behind us for instructions. Long Qingying said lightly. Enchanting looked at her, and suddenly said, if they are really here for us, then their target should be you. Why don't you take this opportunity to leave? With your strength, they won't be able to stop you from leaving. Wait a little longer, there will probably be more powerful psychics appearing. Long Qingying looked back at him, and said, are you so sure? Aren't they people brought by the traitor before you? If it is him, even if I leave now, these people probably won't let you go. These people probably won't let you off either. Especially now that you have a level 4 zombie core. Enchanting was speechless because Long Qingying was right. There was a high chance of that happening. Originally, Long Qingying was also a battle force that they had invited. Now, Long Qingying left. It was also very disadvantageous to them. Chapter 111. Captain, Long Qingying is right. It must have been that bastard who brought these people here so quickly. Otherwise, how could they be so fast? We just arrived not long ago. Did they arrive so soon after? With Long Qingying's reminder, everyone felt that the possibility was even higher. Then what do we do now? Maybe they don't know that we have a level 4 zombie core in our hands. Du Yuanqing said with a little hope in his heart. A level 4 zombie core was already a large pile of food. In the post-apocalyptic world, it was the best wealth. However, in this chaotic post-apocalyptic world, there were no rules or laws. The strong were the law, the weak were prey to the strong. Because only the strong could survive in this post-apocalyptic world. Therefore, when you had a precious zombie core that could be exchanged for a large pile of food, it was normal to be coveted by others. In the post-apocalyptic world, all kinds of robberies and murders were very common among the zombie hunting teams. When they came out to hunt zombies, they had to be careful not to be attacked by other zombie hunting teams. If it was only between the zombie hunting teams, there might be a way out. After all, sometimes people would not really kill each other. As long as they knew what was good for them and handed over the zombie core, there was still a way out. But if they were robbed by the base's army, there was only a road to death. As for the reason, think about it yourself. More importantly, the current Hades King's base's owner had changed half. It was a time of chaos, fishing in troubled waters. This was the skill that humans were best at. Long Qingying heard his words and shook her head. Don't lie to yourself, that level 4 zombie's body is outside. As long as their people find out, what do you think they will think? We are the only ones who came here and killed the level 4 zombie. Du Yuanqing sighed. Everyone's face darkened, with some despair and fierceness. There was no other way. As long as they left the base, they would fight for their lives. They came out to fight for their lives, and the danger was not only from the zombies. Therefore, when faced with this situation, everyone quickly accepted it. Especially since they hadn't fully recovered their fighting strength, and 2 of them were still unconscious, they needed 2 more people to take care of them. Long Qingying said, now that they haven't made a move, let's quickly retreat. Maybe we still have a chance to escape. Then let's hurry up and take action. Du Yuanqing was not a person who dilly-dallied. Right now, he could only act first to gain the upper hand. As soon as he spoke, the others immediately turned around and let 2 of the stronger ones carry the 2 unconscious companions. Du Yuanqing and Kai Hongqing picked up the rifles on their backs and raised them in their hands. Their expressions became fierce. Long Qingying's saber had never left her hand. Lin Qiao did not leave her knife at the place where the zombie corpses were piled up. This made her feel slightly grateful to Lin Qiao, although she was still on guard against her. But his opinion had softened a little. As soon as everyone moved, Long Qingying immediately walked to the door with a knife in her hand. He gently opened the door and cautiously peeked outside. After confirming that there was no danger, he took the lead and walked out. She held the knife at her side with one hand and held it in front of her with the other. Metal objects flew out from the surrounding rooms and melted into a ball in front of her. Then, they turned into simple steel spikes that floated in the air. As Long Qingying moved forward, the steel spikes that floated in the air also floated forward. Behind her were Kai Hongqing and the others. They carried the 2 unconscious people and followed behind Long Qingying. Finally, it was Du Yuanqing who was on guard. This group of people did not realize that the last transparent figure was also quietly moving along with them. But she did not get very close. When Lin Qiao heard their conversation, she had already guessed the situation. Looking at how they looked as if they were facing a great enemy, she knew that the people who came this time were not good people. In a while, there would probably be a battle. But looking at these people's own analysis, the difference in strength and firepower between the two sides was very big. So, it seemed like their side had no chance of winning. Lin Chao quietly passed by them and directly jumped out of the window at the side, then jumped down from the third floor. After landing easily, she was even more certain that her body could now change from a cat to a cheetah. Because she felt that when she jumped down from above, there was no frightening sense of weightlessness. And she could even adjust her posture in midair. Lin Chao felt that her body's flexibility was becoming more and more useful. And the more she used it, the happier she was. After landing on the ground, before Long Qingying and the others came down, she stealthily approached the people who were hiding in various corners 20 meters away. She did not sense any special ability from the people lurking around, which meant that they were just ordinary people. But it was possible that their own strength was relatively high. And these people's hiding positions were very particular, not far from each other. They could see the situation of their companions around them, and the range of the weapons in their hands was also calculated. This way, even if they were separated, they could still kill the zombies behind their companions. And they were not afraid of zombies pouncing on their back. Lin Chao only walked around the general position of these people for a while, and understood their formation and role. She did not stay for long, nor did she do anything to these people. She just quietly sneaked in the direction of another group of people behind them, which was more crowded. She did not need to worry about the strength of this side for the time being. With Long Qingying and Du Yuanxing, two level 5 paranormals, these non-paranormal reconnaissance teams could only stand guard for now. He could only wait for now. If a fight broke out, it would not be enough for Long Qingying and the others to kill. And from what Long Qingying and the others said, it would affect them. This was the main combat force behind them. Lin Chao wanted to see how strong this so-called main combat force was. It was enough to make Long Qingying and Du Yuanxing, two level 5 paranormals, afraid and desperate. After passing through a few streets, they saw their target less than 300 meters away. Two heavily armored military vehicles were openly parked in the middle of a square. The vehicles were tightly wrapped in steel and iron sheets, invulnerable. So the claws of ordinary zombies could not do any damage to these iron sheets. The space inside the vehicle was not small, and it could fit 20 to 30 people in one vehicle. When Lin Chao arrived, she felt that there were not many people here. There were a total of 40 people, and the main thing was, the paranormals here were a little strong. Because there was a paranormal here that even Lin Chao felt a little pressured from the energy of the paranormal on his body. Lin Chao felt that he should be a level 6 paranormal. What was a deputy commander level arcanist doing here? Was he just here to kill Long Qingying? Or was it because she had only secretly helped Lin Wenwen and the others, so they needed a level 6 paranormal to deal with her? Chapter 112. Lin Chao was thinking about the purpose of this strong man, but she didn't stop and quietly sneaked over. She didn't approach immediately, but stopped 10 meters away. She stood there and quietly observed the surroundings of the car. With this observation, she discovered a situation. The surrounding zombies slowly gathered here through the human smell coming out of the car. Lin Chao sniffed and found that there wasn't a big human smell here. Because the car blocked a lot of people, the smell here was very light. The surrounding zombies could smell it, but not the ones further away. So those zombies blindly wandered over here, only then did they discover the smell of food here. That was why he rushed towards the car. However, he was less than 10 meters away from it. They would be accurately turned around by the muzzle of the car. Other zombies further away would be attracted by the gunshots. So there weren't many zombies gathered here, and they slowly moved over. Looking at the open space more than 10 meters away from the car, there were a lot of zombie corpses lying around. Lin Qiao didn't immediately go over. Looking at the various preparations outside the car, she knew that there were a lot of detectors on it. There were also some high-risk weapons. Probably not only to prevent zombies, but also to prevent people. Lin Qiao wasn't sure if she could block the other party's detector in her current state. As for blocking the detection of a level 6 paranormal, she was confident. After all, she could even hide from Tiny Tot's father, a level 7 paranormal, last time, so it shouldn't be a problem for a level 6 paranormal. She tentatively approached the two cars 1 meter at a time, and as she got closer and closer, the two cars suddenly stopped. As she walked closer and closer, she didn't hear any alarm sound. Until she was less than 2 meters away from the car, there was still no reaction from the person in the car. Only then did Lin Qiao feel relieved and move closer. She wanted to touch the car, but she retracted her hand. She didn't know if there were any detectors in the car. What if she touched some alarm? However, when she thought about it again, she realized that she was in invisible mode. Since the other party's detector couldn't detect her existence, even if she touched it now, there was nothing to worry about. Anyway, the other party couldn't see her. Thinking of this, Lin Qiao immediately gently grabbed the protective frame outside the car. When she found that there was no alarm, she used both her hands and feet to flip up. She easily flipped directly to the roof of the car. It couldn't be helped. The protection underneath the car was too thick. From the wheels to the roof, the body of the car was separated by a thick layer of steel frame, and there were also steel spikes that prevented zombies from climbing up. After she nimbly flipped over, she found a flat place to lie on the roof of the car. At this time, Lin Qiao's body was very light, and her movements were not very strong. Therefore, when she moved around on the roof of the car, no one in the car felt anything. She found a spot on the roof with an air vent and listened to the sounds below. The sound from inside the car was not loud, because there was something blocking it. However, Lin Qiao's ears were as strong as his nose, so he couldn't hear the sounds in the car. They could even hear it from the bottom of the carriage. However, the people here didn't speak. They were very quiet and silent. If not for the sound of breathing and the sound of the machine. She thought there was no one down there. If there was no sound, then it wasn't a car with a control panel. Usually, the commanding officers would stay in their cars. Lin Qiao listened for a while but did not hear anything. So she stood up and directly jumped over to another car that was less than 2 meters away. She nimbly landed on the roof of the car. Then she continued to lie down and listen. They are in a hotel building over there. Are you sure? A voice came from below. The tone seemed to be confirming some information with his subordinates. Well, since we have confirmed that they are there, then keep an eye on them. We will go over now. What? A rank 4 psychic arcana. Why didn't you report it earlier? Got it. Did you see any wind ability? No. Okay. Keep an eye on them, don't alert them and let them escape. After saying a few words, the person ended the conversation. He turned to the person next to him and said, "Drive, let's go." Yes. The person on the other side responded, and then the car started to move. It slowly drove towards the direction of the hotel where Du Yuanqing and the others were hiding. Then the person just now seemed to say to the person next to him. They said they found the location. Du Yuanqing and the others are now hiding in a big hotel building not 300 meters away. Another voice replied, "Big hotel. Oh, I remember. It's there. That's right, Captain Hua. You just heard that level 4 spiritual ability is..." What? Zombies? The person who just spoke was Huo Wu, who was called Captain Hua. He replied, "Yes." The scouting team said they found the corpse of a level 4 spiritual ability zombie. It was just killed. It should be Du Yuanqing and the others. The second person asked with some anxiety, then. Did you see the corpse of the wind-type zombie? Did they get rid of the wind element as well? Huo Wu shook his head and said, I asked. They said no. They only saw a spiritual-type zombie. Yang Qing, don't worry. Even if the wind-type zombie isn't in their hands, it should be that the level 4 wind-type zombie ran away. It could be nearby or not too far away. After we get rid of them, it won't be too late to find the wind-type zombie. Yang Qing could only smile with a hint of unwillingness and replied, That's right, that's right. We'll do as Captain said. Let's get rid of that woman first. But, why must we kill her? Even if she had a good relationship with Lin Wenwen before, Lin Feng and the others are now stray dogs. We don't even know if they can escape from Leader Yang. Are you afraid that this woman will join them in the future? Huo Wu said with some disdain, What do you know? Do you know what ability Long Qingying has? Yang Qing replied, I know, isn't it metal? Huo Wu said, Yes, it's metal. Do you know how destructive this metal type ability is? She can now mobilize the metal within 100 meters of a street in 5 seconds. It can directly destroy a street. Then wait until she reaches level 6, or even level 7. Do you think she will come back to avenge Lin Wenwen and the others? Or after Lin Wenwen and the others escaped from Yang Jianhua, they will find her again. When she's strong enough, how powerful do you think Long Qingying's metal ability will be then? Yang Qing thought about it and his mind flashed with the image of Long Qingying mobilizing all the metal in the base and using it as her weapon. That scene was too shocking. He couldn't imagine it. Chapter 113. But once a paranormal reached level 5, it would be too difficult to level up. They wouldn't be able to level up by relying on a large number of zombie cores. They could only find higher level zombie cores to increase their energy. Of course, if they could find the same type of zombie core, then the effect would be even better. For example, Yang Qing was a level 4 paranormal with the wind element. He was already at the maximum level and would reach level 5 soon, but he didn't have enough energy to level up. Therefore, he was prepared to kill Du Yuanxing and the others for the sake of this level 4 zombie core. As long as he could get this wind element zombie core, he would be able to reach level 5. He would be able to become the team leader himself. Why would he need Du Xuanxing? But it's too difficult to level up after level 5. Could Long Qingying really reach the 6th or 7th level? Impossible. Yang Qing said. Cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Don't you understand this principle? Not only Long Qingying, but all the factions that have a good relationship with the Nether Flame and the Lin family have to be eradicated. But this isn't something you should be concerned about. You just need to help us find out more information about these people. Huo Wu looked at him and said. Yang Qing, who was given a slight warning, felt that he had said too much. He immediately replied with a smile, Yes, 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 I understand. As long as it's related to the leader of the Nether Flame's family, as well as those stubborn subordinates of the leader of the Nether Flame, I will report to you. Huo Wu said, If we follow your leader, we will have food and clothing in the future. This is the right path. If it wasn't for the leader of the Nether Flame cooperating with our base earlier, wouldn't everyone's lives be better? However, she was unwilling. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. This is the result. Yang Qing looked like he couldn't take it anymore, but he still forced a smile and nodded, Yes, yes. But in his heart, he cursed, Damn, what cooperation. It sounds so good. Don't you want to merge our base into yours? Do you think our leader is stupid? If we agree to cooperate with you, the base will have to change its name. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm weak now, I wouldn't have to lower my head to you. Lin Qiao listened to their conversation while looking at the direction of the car. She felt a little strange about Yang Cheng's emotional reaction. Despite having negative thoughts in his heart, he still had to put on a smile to please the level 6 ability user. Seeing that Yang Cheng seemed to be very concerned about the Wind-type corpse nucleus, it seemed like he should be the traitor that Du Yuanxing and the others were talking about. However, what that level 6 ability user said was right. Think from the perspective of these people. If Long Qingying continued to grow stronger, she would become a huge problem in the future. It seemed that he should take Long Qingying with him before he left. At that time, he could just ask her directly if he had any questions. He just wanted her to believe that he would not harm her brother and sister. That would be enough. Thinking of this, Lin Qiao immediately stood on the roof of the car and circled the 2 armored cars twice. She appeared on the roof of the car. Beep beep beep, the moment Lin Qiao appeared, the alarms of the 2 cars immediately blared. Lin Qiao acted as if he didn't hear the siren and directly revealed his claws. His movements were extremely fast as he hacked away at the detection antennas, inference heads, receivers, and other equipment on the car. Crack! 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 Then it was chaos in the car. What's with the alarm? Reporting to Captain, the alarm shows that there are zombies around, and it's a high-level zombie. It might be above level 4, and it's very close. Report. The 15-meter virus detector was broken. There's no response from the remaining 10 meters, and... Report. The human heat source detector is also broken. Reporting. Hearing the reports from his subordinate sitting in front of the equipment, Wu shouted impatiently, "All right. I got it. Didn't you hear the sound of destruction from above? You let a high-level zombie get to the roof of the car, but you don't know. What's the use of these detectors?" No one in the car dared to make a sound. At this time, his communicator rang. It was the team leader who was scouting ahead. "Leader. They seem to have discovered us and are preparing to leave. They've already left towards the east." Wu took the communicator and said, "I'm coming over now." Then he tossed the communicator in his hand, turned around, and said, "Open the door. I'll go out first. Inform the combat team to move out." "Yes." After Lin Qiao finished cutting, she directly jumped off the roof of the car and went into stealth mode in mid-air. As soon as she went into stealth mode, the car door was opened. An average-looking man in his mid-30s, wearing an army green shirt and trousers, leaped out. A dark red flame was thrown out by him, and like a fire dragon, it pounced towards the ordinary zombies around him. Then the fire dragon swept its tail, and the zombies were sent flying in all directions. And the speed at which they were burned was very fast. As soon as they were swept into the air, they were directly burned to ashes. Lin Qiao originally stood on a tree next to them, and she could feel the temperature of the fire, which made her feel very uncomfortable. Because she couldn't feel the temperature, but there was a very uncomfortable feeling in her mouth, nose, and mind. She immediately retreated to the side. Then she saw the man's feet flash, and his whole body turned into a shadow, and he rushed out. Lin Qiao found that the movement speed of these ability users was also very fast. Even if they weren't wind-type ability users, they would still be like a gust of wind when they ran. After the man left, in the car behind, the car that Lin Qiao could only hear the sound of breathing was also opened. A team of fully armed soldiers rushed out with guns in their hands. Then they quickly chased in the direction that the man had left. Lin Qiao increased her running speed, and closely followed behind the man in the military green shirt. He was probably the leader of the team. At this time, Du Yuanxing and the others were already driving the car that Lin Qiao had left upstairs. They drove towards the other side of the street. Long Qingying was still standing on the roof of the car, facing the back of the car. She raised one hand, and in front of her hand, there were dozens of steel thorns floating in midair. As long as the zombies behind came close, the steel thorns in her hand would shoot out. Then there were the humans hiding in the surrounding buildings. As long as they showed themselves, they would be killed. As long as they showed themselves, Long Qingying's attack would also arrive. And it would accurately stab the vital parts of the opponent's body. Absolutely no mercy. Not long after they drove out, the temperature around them suddenly rose. Boom! A huge fire dragon suddenly jumped out from the side. It directly pounced towards the car of Du Yuanqing and the others. Chapter 114. It's Huowu. Earth Dragon's Huowu. Kai Hongqing exclaimed, then quickly turned the steering wheel. He quickly made a turn and dodged the fire dragon's attack. Huowu missed, then quickly rose into the air. Turning around, it continued to charge at them. Scree! Kai Hongqing didn't have time to drive the car away before it was pushed to the side by the dragon. It almost caused him to crash into a wall. When the car stopped, Huowu didn't continue to charge. Instead, it flopped around in circles above them. Don't even think about leaving today. Be good and hand over Long Qingying and the level 4 spiritual zombie core. That way I'll let you die a quick death. A man's voice sounded. Du Yuanqing rushed out of the car, blocking the way. Long Qingying jumped down from the roof and walked to his side. While looking at the man who spoke, he used his steel spear to kill the zombies that swayed around him. Huowu, you earth dragon scum. Sooner or later, you'll die at Lin Feng's hands. Don't think that just because you've allied with the other two bases to attack us, you'll be able to unify the country. Dream on. That sissy leader of yours sells his chrysanthemums to hook up with the men from Skyfire and Sangyun. He's just a helper. Du Yuanqing glared at Huowu and sneered. He wasn't afraid of Huowu. Huowu sneered back at him. Humph. If it weren't for your vice leader's betrayal, our leader wouldn't have succeeded. At the end of the day, it's all your people's fault. We're just helping to push things along. He didn't refute Du Yuanqing's words, but instead brought up another matter. Du Yuanqing wasn't wrong. The leader of Earth Dragon, Long Yubai, was a pretty boy. He was a pretty boy with a pretty face, but his personality was feminine. His discipline was a precious water discipline. Water was a precious resource in the post-apocalyptic world, so he had the protection of others. For example, the leaders of Skyfire and Sangyun. She liked his water, his body, and his looks very much. There were fewer women in the post-apocalyptic world, so there were more gay men. Moreover, he did it openly. The two bases in the south only had one leader each. Originally, Long Yubai wanted to build a base with the Nether Flame leader, but the Nether Flame didn't want to work with him. Because the Nether Flame was very powerful, it could support a base by itself. It might be difficult to build a base that could accommodate millions of people, but building a base that could accommodate hundreds of thousands of people, it was still doable. Therefore, the Netherworld King's base was built by their own people, while the Earth Dragon's base was built by other experts. Long Yubai relied on the cooperation of Yunnan, Sichuan, Tibet, and Southwest Tibet to establish the Earth Dragon base. However, he had been eyeing the Netherworld King's base for the past few years. Therefore, this time, he joined forces with the other two bases and secretly colluded with the Netherworld King's base's deputy leader, Yang Jianhua. They had colluded with each other to topple the leader of the Netherworld King's base. He was betrayed by the person he trusted the most, poisoned, leaked information, etc. When the Nether Flame leader finally reacted, the enemy's army had already arrived. In the end, he used all his strength to draw the strongest experts away. He also used his ability to burn down half of the base, causing such a big commotion. Only then did he reluctantly send his family away. As for himself, he lured 5 rank 7 arcanists away. He went to the cliff by the sea. Everyone only knew the final result of the battle. That place had become a poisonous fire-forbidden zone not long ago. It was said that out of the 5 rank 7 arcanists, 4 returned. Hearing Huowu say that it was their own people who did it, Du Yuanqing was so angry that he gritted his teeth. It was not good to be betrayed by anyone, but by the person he trusted the most. If he was the leader, he would have vomited blood first. But even if it was not the leader himself, they were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Their deputy leader had sold his entire base. This was equivalent to betraying the entire base. Moreover, that person had viciously wanted to kill the leader's family, and even wanted to defile the leader's sister. It was simply unscrupulous to describe this person. This was already inhumane. How long do you think that inhumane scum Yang Jianhua can live? This kind of ingrate will be dealt with sooner or later. Therefore, we will live to see his end before we die. Du Yuanqing gritted his teeth and said. His tone was filled with hatred and anger. The others also had angry looks on their faces. Long Qingying's face was filled with killing intent. But her killing intent was not directed at the current Huowu, but at the young Jianhua that Du Yuanqing spoke of. She did not speak, only looking at him coldly. Huowu ignored Du Yuanqing's words, and turned to look at Long Qingying, sizing her up, before saying, "Seeing that you are a woman, why don't you come back with me? When we reach our base, I will discuss with the leader to protect you. I'll let you be my woman, and you'll be able to live." As he spoke, his eyes lit up as he looked at Long Qingying. Although this woman's looks were average, her face was small, and her skin was smooth and clean. She had a cold temperament about her, and her high ponytail hung down to her buttocks as she swayed back and forth. There was a hint of beauty and handsomeness in her coldness, and an indescribable unique temperament. But it was enough to make men's hearts itch. This kind of tough woman, what they wanted the most was to press her down on top of him and ravage her. Thinking about that white and soft body, those slender limbs, and that expression of enduring pain. Right now, they all felt like their blood was boiling. Feeling the green light in Huowu's eyes getting more and more obvious, Long Qingying seemed to not feel it. She said coldly, "If you cut off your own head, I can consider letting you kiss my toes." As she spoke, a hint of disdain flashed in her eyes, and she looked at Huowu as if he was a dog. "Ungrateful bitch." Huowu's face fell, and he stared at Long Qingying gloomily. "Since you don't know what's good for you, I will let you have a taste of punishment. If you want to learn from your nether flame leader, I will accompany you to the end." As he spoke, he suddenly stretched out his hands. Then, he waved his hands. The fire dragon in the sky immediately swooped down towards Long Qingying. The ferocious dragon head, along with a large amount of heat, came crashing down. Long Qingying and the others all subconsciously dodged to the side, just in time to avoid Huowu's fire dragon attack. Seeing that they dodged, Huowu stood in place and waved his hand again. This time, the fire dragon rushed straight towards Long Qingying, and opened its mouth as if it was going to swallow her. Perhaps knowing that they couldn't escape this time, Long Qingying, Du Yuanqing, and the others didn't show any weakness. Instead, they stubbornly rushed forward. Since they were going to die, they didn't want to die in vain. At the very least, they wanted to make this scum of the earth dragon base lose an arm or a leg. Chapter 115. Seeing the fire dragon pouncing towards her, Long Qingying pushed her hands forward. Within 100 meters, all kinds of metal objects, such as steel and alloys, of all sizes, were sent flying from their original positions. They gathered in front of Long Qingying from all directions. Then, they quickly formed a net above their heads. Whoosh whoosh bang, the fire dragon pounced down with a roar, bringing with it a scorching hot wind. It fiercely rushed towards Long Qingying's steel net. Bang, with a dull thud, the fire dragon was temporarily blocked by the steel net. Ah! But Long Qingying let out a muffled groan, and her body sank. Both her legs were bent down from the pressure. But she quickly withstood the fire dragon's attack and forced herself to stand up again. But her face was somewhat pale. She clenched her teeth tightly, but a trace of blood flowed out of the corner of her mouth. Quite tenacious, let's see how long you can last. Huo Wu sneered and waved his hand again. The fire dragon soared into the air again, then flipped over 100 meters in the air. Then, it rushed down again, fiercely rushing towards Long Qingying and the others. As the fire dragon went down, the flames behind it surged towards the dragon's head. The entire dragon's head immediately swelled up, becoming very huge. Roar! The dragon opened its mouth wide, and there was a roar of wind and fire. Not good. You can't block it, quickly dodge. Seeing the fire dragon's huge head, Du Yuanqing's expression changed. He pounced towards Long Qingying, grabbed her and threw her to one side, then immediately rolled to the other side. Boom! Just as they rolled to the side, the fire dragon's head smashed into the place where Long Qingying was originally standing. With a loud bang, Long Qingying's condensed steel net was smashed into pieces. Clatter! A large amount of steel fell to the ground. After breaking through Long Qingying's steel net, the fire dragon didn't dissipate. Instead, it fell to the ground, then bounced up again. It continued to form a fire dragon's head. Du Yuanqing and Long Qingying immediately jumped up after rolling to the side, both hands stretched out. Long Qingying's scattered metals immediately converged towards her and quickly melted into sharp arrows. She quickly waved her hand, and the hundreds of arrows immediately shot towards Huo Wu. Huo Wu reacted quickly and waved his hand. The fire dragon immediately leapt in front of him. He didn't even have to do anything. He just opened his mouth and swallowed all of the steel arrows that Long Qingying was controlling. A few seconds later, he opened his mouth and vomited again. They were all Long Qingying's steel arrows. However, it had already been melted by the high temperature. At the same time, Du Yuanqing also waved his hands. An electric current as thick as an arm flashed, emitting a magnetic sound like an electric snake. He charged towards Huo Wu. The distance between them was less than 20 meters, so Du Yuanqing's lightning snake was extended by more than 20 meters. One of the snake's heads charged straight towards Huo Wu, while the other's tail was still in Du Yuanqing's hands. The lightning snake's speed was also very fast. When the dragon head swallowed Long Qingying's steel arrows, it had already spread to Huo Wu's feet. At this time, Huo Wu just waved his hand, and another fire dragon split out from the fire dragon in front of him. It bit towards Du Yuanqing's lightning snake. Poochie, bang, with a loud explosion, Du Yuanqing's lightning snake was blown up and dissipated. The strength of the two sides was now revealed. Huo Wu's fire dragon was huge and solid, fast, and powerful. Moreover, he could control both dragons to attack at the same time. Although Long Qingying's attacks covered a large area, they weren't very powerful. It was fine against zombies, but against a rank 6 paranormal, it was a bit difficult. Huo Wu's fire dragon could swallow Long Qingying's steel arrows, and could even bite Du Yuanqing's lightning snake to pieces. It could directly dissipate the attacks of these two people, but his fire dragon and Long Qingying couldn't destroy it. This was the disparity between abilities. Moreover, this wasn't even Huo Wu's strongest attack. To dash, at this time, a few gunshots rang out. Huowu suddenly turned sideways and waved his hand, and the fire dragon that had bitten Yuanqing's lightning snake suddenly circled around him. A few bullets that were shot at him were immediately blocked. He turned his head and saw that Kai Hongqing had moved to the other side with the others at some point in time. They were shooting at him from afar. Kai Hongqing's ability was only rank 4, and he had just entered the rank 4 stage. It was a wood ability that didn't have any offensive abilities, and it could only be used in the woods or parks. Only then would his attack have some effect, but it wasn't much. This was because his control wasn't very strong. Therefore, it was more practical to use a gun. He didn't want to cause any damage to Huowu, who was already at rank 6, but he wanted to deliberately disturb him. When Hui Yuan turned his head, Long Qingying immediately gritted her teeth. Her hands once again danced towards the surrounding steel. Like 2 pieces of iron, she sucked the metal over. Then it quickly condensed into a big iron ball, and she threw it up. Then it quickly smashed towards Hui Yuan. The big iron ball wasn't big, with a diameter of about 1.2 meters. But it was very heavy, about 300 to 400 kilograms. Then it smashed down from a high altitude, and the gravity increased by a few times. The iron ball quickly and fiercely rushed towards Huowu. When Huowu turned his head to look at Kai Hongqing and the others, he was about to wave his hand and control one of the fire dragons to rush over and swallow them. But before he could do anything, he felt Long Qingying's big iron ball smashing towards him. He immediately gave up on dealing with Kai Hongqing and the others who were running away, and immediately turned around and used his hands to support himself in the air. He saw his fire dragon suddenly shrink, and then instantly flashed above his head. Then, it suddenly grew bigger, opened its mouth, and swallowed the iron ball that was about to fall. Then, under Huowu's control, the fire dragon suddenly turned around and rushed towards Long Qingying and the others. Halfway through, the dragon opened its mouth, and Long Qingying's iron ball was swallowed. It smashed towards the 2 of them. Looking at the iron ball that suddenly came at her with such speed and accuracy, Long Qingying was stunned. When she came back to her senses, she wanted to turn around and dodge. But she found that her body wasn't listening to her. Because she had used a large amount of special ability energy to condense the big iron ball, and also to control the movement of the iron ball in the air. At this moment, she was already feeling a little weak, and this directly affected her body's coordination. So it was too late for her to roll to the side. Danger! Dodge! Yuanqing, who was next to her, sensed the danger that Long Qingying was in when the fire dragon swallowed the iron ball. But at this moment, he was already a little far away from Long Qingying, and it was too late for him to rush over. Seeing that the big iron ball was about to smash towards Long Qingying's head, Yuanqing only had time to shout in shock. Chapter 116. At this time, Huowu was waiting for Long Qingying to be smashed by the iron ball she made. His face was full of pity. He couldn't even sleep with such a strange woman. What a pity. However, right at this moment, a transparent figure flashed past Long Qingying's side. Just as the iron ball was about to hit her, he pulled her to the side. Then, the 2 of them disappeared. Bang! With a loud sound, the heavy iron ball smashed into the ground. The ground shook, and the iron ball directly smashed a hole in the ground. Half of the iron ball had sunk in. A few cracks appeared on the cement floor of the crater. There was no blood splattering everywhere, and there was no Long Qingying's flattened body. There wasn't even a drop of blood around. Huowu stared at the iron ball curiously. After a long time, there was no trace of blood. Only then did he lift his foot and walk over. Why wasn't there blood splattering? Even if it didn't splatter, it should have rolled to the ground. And the iron ball was very big, it couldn't have directly smashed a person into pieces, right? Even if the head and torso were smashed into the ground, what about the legs? Du Yuanqing was just like Huo Wu, looking at the iron ball that had half sunk into the ground with a dumbfounded expression. The question mark in his mind was the same as Huo Wu's. But he quickly reacted. He didn't want to care about Long Qingying anymore. He had to save himself first. If he could escape, it was better than everyone dying in his hands. Du Yuanqing, who wanted to fight to the death just now, was scared now. After a few rounds of attacks, he was completely suppressed by Huo Wu. They had no chance at all. Now that Huo Wu's attention was on Long Qingying, he could escape immediately. So he hesitated for a moment, then decisively turned around and escaped. Huo Wu, who originally wanted to check on Long Qingying, was immediately attracted by Du Yuanqing's actions. When he came back to his senses and saw Du Yuanqing's fleeing figure, he sneered. Want to run? Do you think you can run? Don't even think about running. As he spoke, the fire dragons above Huo Wu's head immediately split into two. One flew towards Du Yuanqing, and the other chased Kai Hongqing and the others who had already run far away. On the other side, the armed soldiers saw where Huo Wu's fire dragons were flying. Over there. Go after them. At this time, Yang Qing was quietly moving in the direction of Du Yuanqing. Huo Wu stood in place and turned around, looking in the direction that Du Yuanqing had fled. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and waved it at the fire dragon in the air. The fire dragon shrank and turned into a fireball. Then, it swelled up again, and the center became empty. Like a huge cover, it covered Du Yuanqing's position. Du Yuanqing had only run a few steps, he didn't even have the time to run far. It was immediately enveloped by Huo Wu's flame barrier. A wave of scorching heat enveloped him, and Du Yuanqing immediately felt as if his hair and eyebrows were on fire. He felt as if he had been thrown into a giant oven. Then, before he could think of anything else, he saw the fire barrier suddenly shrink. Looking at the rapidly shrinking flame barrier, Du Yuanqing finally had an idea. It's over. This time, he was going to be burnt into charcoal. However, Huo Wu's plan soon came true. In the next instant, the shrunken fire shield wrapped around his body. Ah! Du Yuanqing immediately let out a blood-curdling scream. Then, he rolled on the ground. As he screamed, he rolled on the ground. Crackle, a series of light explosions sounded. Then, lightning flashed on his body from the red flames, as if he was trying to block the flames on his body. However, his lightning had no effect on the flames. Thus, the fire quickly burned his entire body. Ah, Huo Wu. Sooner or later. One day, you will end up like us. Ah, Du Yuanqing cursed Huo Wu in pain while rolling on the ground, thinking that he was dead for sure. There was no way out. Then, at this moment, he suddenly felt someone grabbing his shoulder that was burning painfully. Then, before he could react to what was going on, plop, a sound. In the next second, Du Yuanqing felt his body suddenly fall into the water. His entire face was submerged in water, and his mouth, nose, and ears felt as if they were surrounded by water. His breathing was also blocked. Moreover, it was very deep water, because he was sinking. Just as he was confused about what was going on, he immediately woke up with a pleasant surprise. His first thought was that there was water. As long as there was water, there was hope. Thus, he immediately focused and realized that the flames on his body were gone. His entire body was submerged in the water, and the water was above his head. His body was still sinking. He immediately reacted. He did not care about the burn wounds on his body or the burning pain from his clothes scraping against his body. He used both his hands and feet to swim upwards. When he popped his head out of the water and saw his surroundings clearly, he exclaimed in surprise. You? Why are you here? Huo Wu, who was outside, was also dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the place where Du Yuanqing disappeared. Then, he looked back at the big metal ball that was originally smashed towards Long Qingying. There was nothing around the metal ball. There were no exposed limbs, and no blood splattered. Before he could figure out what was going on with that Long Qingying, this Du Yuanqing disappeared right in front of his eyes. Disappeared. Disappear? Why the fuck would a person just disappear into thin air? Huo Wu cursed in his heart, and directly rushed to the place where Du Yuanqing disappeared. Not to mention that Du Yuanqing had disappeared, Huo Wu couldn't even feel the flames on his body. What was going on? Why was it like this? While Huo Wu was walking around in circles, puzzled by what was happening outside, the two that were pulled into the space by Lin Qiao were now standing on the shore of the lake with blank faces. They stared at the space around them dumbfoundedly. The white misty sky, there was nothing on it. There was no sun, no sky, no clouds. Just now, it was still bright and sunny in broad daylight. Other than the green lake in front of them, there was only a grassland. There was a lot of furniture scattered all over the grassland, as well as daily necessities and other things used by humans. Then he looked at the zombie that stole his glasses. Du Yuanqing felt that his brain wasn't enough right now. No, it wasn't that it wasn't enough, it was directly crashed. What was this situation? Where was this place? How did he get here? How did this zombie save them again? What was this place? How could he get here in the blink of an eye? What was this lake? What was this furniture? Ha! Wasn't there a child over there? All kinds of questions appeared in his mind, directly squeezing his brain into a mess. Until he saw Junjun and a little boy at the entrance of the small space not far away. Only then did he react. This place is. He looked at Long Qingying and asked. Chapter 117. Long Qingying looked at him coldly, then looked at Lin Qiao, and didn't say anything. She directly stuffed a piece of paper in her hand into his chest. It wasn't that she didn't want to answer, but she really didn't know how to come back. Just now, when she was in despair and thought that she was going to be smashed to death by the big metal ball. Suddenly, she felt her arm being pulled by someone, and in a flash, she was at this lake. Before she could react, she saw the zombie next to her take out a book, and quickly write a few words. He directly stuffed it into her hand, and before she could react, the zombie disappeared right in front of her eyes. She was stunned for a long time, and then came back to her senses. Just when she realized that she was still alive, and before she could open the ball of paper in her hand, she heard a "pu-pu" and looked up. She saw that the zombie next to her appeared again, and seemed to have thrown something very big into the lake. The sound of the water was very loud, and the movement on the surface was also very big. Then she saw a person flopping in the water, and took a closer look. Wasn't it Du Yuanqing who was with her just now? Looking at Du Yuanqing in the water, who didn't know what had happened, as well as his expression of having survived a disaster, she knew that this guy must have encountered the same situation as her, and was then inexplicably brought in by this zombie. Lin Qiao stood at the side, and closed her eyes to look at the situation outside, and realized that it was already a bit too late to save the others. Originally, she wanted to ask Qiu Lily to help save them, but that guy had a huge grudge against humans. Although she didn't want to hurt humans, but she wanted her to save them. She refused and disappeared in a flash. There was no other way, she couldn't force him, right? Moreover, she didn't have that ability. So Lin Qiao could only save the two who were closer by herself. As for the others, they were either shot dead by Huo Wu's subordinates, or burned by Huo Wu's other fire dragon. She looked at the two confused faces in front of her, and didn't know what was going on. Du Yuanqing didn't know what to do, and opened the piece of paper Long Qingying gave him. On it was written, "Stay here and don't move. Stay here and don't move." Did it mean that he should stay here and not move? Du Yuanqing, who could not understand what was going on, stood there with the paper in his hand. He looked at Long Qingying blankly, then at Lin Qiao. Of course, he didn't know that Lin Qiao wrote it for Long Qingying, but Long Qingying hadn't read it yet. When she saw him come in and was questioned by him, she subconsciously gave it to him. She didn't know what was going on either. Lin Qiao looked at them, took out a pen and wrote, "I am powerless to help your other companions." He handed the paper ball to Long Qingying. Long Qingying opened it, and her eyes dimmed. He then passed it to Du Yuanqing. Du Yuanqing took a look and his expression darkened. The surrounding atmosphere was like the fallen leaves in the autumn wind, desolate and sorrowful. He was very sad, but he quickly accepted it. This was not the first time he had lost a companion, and of course, it would not be the last. Going out after the apocalypse was already very dangerous, and everyone was putting their lives on the line. He accidentally dropped it. Therefore, they did not feel uncomfortable because they had seen this kind of situation many times. But, I will take revenge. If Huo Wu doesn't die, I will definitely come back to take his life. Thinking that he was killed by Huo Wu this time, his expression changed, and his face became somewhat ferocious. His face was full of hatred and murderous intent, and he said while gritting his teeth, "And me." Long Qingying's cold voice sounded next to him, "I will remember this. In the future, as long as I see people from the Earth Dragon base, I will not let them go." Lin Qiao had followed these two people for so long. She had already learned a lot from their conversation, as well as the conversation between Huo Wu and Yang Qing. Now, there was basically no need to ask these two people in front of her about the situation. She wrote, "Is it the people from the Earth Dragon base who caused Lin Feng to escape with his family to Shanghai?" She handed the paper to Long Qingying. After Long Qingying took it, her expression changed. She suddenly looked up at Lin Qiao, and asked in a low voice, "How did you know?" Du Yuanqing saw that her expression was strange, and he also looked over. Then his expression became serious, just like Long Qingying's. They didn't say anything before, but how did this zombie know that they were from the Earth Dragon base so quickly? And she also knew that Lin Feng and his family escaped to the direction of Shanghai. They didn't say any of this, so how did this zombie know? Could it be that he made the same deal with Huo Wu as they did before? Lin Qiao shrugged, and wrote, "I already know a lot of things. I also know that this Huo Wu was brought here by your traitor, Yang Qing." When Long Qingying saw this, she directly slapped the paper on Du Yuanqing's chest. "You should have killed him before coming out." Du Yuanqing looked at the words on the paper, and asked Lin Qiao, "Is it really him?" Lin Qiao nodded, and raised her hand to push the glasses on her face. Du Yuanqing's eyes flashed a trace of murderous intent. He said, "I know, he was originally a wind element paranormal. Before, he wanted to take the level 4 zombie course here, so I didn't let him follow. I didn't expect that he would collude with those scum from the Earth Dragon base to deal with us. Next time I see him, let me do it." Long Qingying's hand that was holding the knife tightened, and her face was full of murderous intent. Du Yuanqing looked at her, and wanted to ask her to do it himself. But this time, it was Yang Qing who brought Huo Wu here, and their target was Long Qingying. That was why they almost all died this time. "All right. I'll let you have him. Then Huo Wu, you don't have to fight with me, right?" Du Yuanqing said. Hearing him mention Huo Wu, Long Qingying remembered that there was someone she wanted to kill even more. She immediately changed her mind, and said, "No, I'll leave Yang Qing to you." I'll kill Huo Wu, you can't beat him anyway. Du Yuanqing, who was suddenly despised for being weak, was speechless. Oh right, where is this? Is that a human child over there? Am I seeing things? Who let the child out of the base? At this time, he suddenly looked around, and asked Lin Xiao. Then he pointed at the little boy not far away, and his face was full of anger. There were very few children in the apocalypse. There were fewer women, and even fewer children. Therefore, children were protected first, and they could never be taken out of the base. Therefore, just like Tiny taught before, she was taken out of the base by Lu Tianyu and thrown outside. Everyone in the base wanted to kill her. Only then did Long Qingying notice Junjun and the little boy on the other side. She looked at them a few times, and then said doubtfully, "How do you know that's not two zombies?" Saying that, she turned to look at Lin Xiao. Because she saw Junjun's face. His eyes were black, and his eyes were rolled back. That was the face of a zombie. So, could a child who was held by a zombie still be human? Chapter 118. But Du Yuanqing said, "I saw it, the child's face. It's a human." Then he looked at Lin Xiao strangely, and then looked at the zombie holding the child. There was already a strange zombie here that could write, so the one over there definitely wasn't a normal zombie, right? Otherwise, why would the zombie that stole his glasses trust the female zombie with the child? Since this male zombie would save them, it meant that he wouldn't let the child be hurt by zombies. Could it be? This was a family of 3. Were those his wife and son over there? Du Yuanqing looked at Lin Xiao. He had always thought that Lin Xiao was male. So when he saw Junjun and the little boy, he didn't get it. Then he thought about their relationship. Because he was close, he could see Du Yuanqing's eyes and expression. Lin Xiao could faintly sense his thoughts. It was fine if she was treated as a man. She was treated as Junjun's husband, and the father of the little boy who cried when he saw her. This was something she could not accept. Hey! Do you still have time to guess their relationship? Shouldn't you worry about your own situation? She couldn't help but roll her eyes. At this time, Long Qingying still didn't understand and asked Lin Xiao, "What is this place?" "They are." Then she pointed to Junjun's side. Lin Xiao wasn't afraid of exposing her space, so she wrote on the paper, "This is my space, you can think of me as a space ability zombie. That child is a living person, I saved him on the way here. That zombie might be the child's mother, she won't hurt the child. Although she lost her memory, she still has her humanity." After Long Qingying saw her words, she stared at Junjun with a strange expression. Then, he looked at Du Yuanqing with an inexplicable expression. Both of their eyes were filled with disbelief. Du Yuanqing stared at the little boy and asked, "That female zombie. Won't she bite the child?" In people's impression, as long as zombies smelled humans, they would rush up and take a few bites. The two of them didn't understand, why would that female zombie hold the child and not eat him? Lin Xiao wrote, "She only lost her memory, but she didn't lose her humanity. Moreover, this child might be her child, she has an instinct not to hurt him. Furthermore, this child could be her child. She had an instinct not to hurt him." After Du Yuanqing read what Lin Xiao had written, he turned to look at her. He asked, "Will it bite us?" Long Qingying also looked at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao bared his teeth at the two of them, revealing his 2 sharp canine teeth. Du Yuanqing and Long Qingying. What's the meaning of this? Lin Xiao wrote, "If I were to bite her, would she still stand there obediently?" Du Yuanqing looked at the words and asked hesitantly, "You really don't know? Wasn't she a zombie?" If the child was her son, there would be a reason for her not to bite him. Then why doesn't it bite us? Are we not delicious? Lin Qiao stuck out her nose and sniffed at him before writing, "Your flesh is indeed not as tasty as a woman's. But isn't the main point you're concerned about running away? Shouldn't you worry about what you're going to do next? Why do you keep staring at zombies? I'm also a zombie, do you want me to bite you?" Du Yuanqing and his companion received the paper. After reading the contents, they subconsciously took 2 steps back. That's right, you're a spatial zombie. Can zombies have spatial abilities? Du Yuanqing suddenly stared at Lin Qiao and said. There were many human psychics, because it was easier to activate a human's ability than a zombie's. Although the number of zombies right now was tens or even hundreds of times that of humans. However, when many zombies advance from level 3 to level 4, there is only a 10% chance that they can activate their ability and successfully advance to level 4. Therefore, there were very few high-level zombies. There were very few spatial ability users among humans, and even fewer among zombies. At this time, Long Qingying couldn't stand Du Yuanqing's personality anymore. She couldn't help but say, "He asked you what you're going to do next. Why do you care about someone else's spatial ability?" Lin Qiao deeply felt the same way and nodded. You were almost killed by someone else, and your companions were all dead. Only you and a partner of the same strength survived. What should you do next? Go back to the base or continue to stay outside? Or leave the south and find a way to survive in another base? Long Qingying spoke first, "I can't go back to the base here. Huo Wu and Long Yubai won't let me go. I'm going to leave for Shanghai. I'll also look for Lin Feng and the others to see if I can meet them. By the way, did you already know about our leader? Were you testing us on purpose?" As she said that, an idea flashed in her mind. She stared at Lin Qiao and asked. Did this zombie really have something to do with Lin Feng and the others? Perhaps it had already heard about Lin Feng and the others and came over to verify the situation. Maybe it had met them just now, so it saved them. At the same time, it would be normal for Lin Qiao to know that Lin Feng brought his family to Shanghai. If that was the case, it was normal for Lin Qiao to know that Lin Feng had taken his family to City B. She didn't expect the other party to find an excuse for her. Then she might as well borrow it. Hearing her words, Du Yuanqing also put away his curiosity about Junjun and the little boy. He looked at Lin Qiao and thought about Long Qingying's words at the same time. He looked at Lin Qiao and thought about Long Qingying's words. If the zombie in front of them was really as she said, it had already heard about Lin Feng and the others. Then was it a friend or foe? Although it said it was a friend at the beginning, who knew if it was true or not? They didn't know it and had no basis to judge it. But judging from how it had saved them several times, it didn't seem like it was an enemy. But he didn't see it do anything to harm Huo Wu and the others. Then he had to suspect the zombie's purpose now. What's your purpose in asking about them? He asked. Seeing that the two of them were finally getting down to business, Lin Qiao wrote on the paper, I'll go find them now. Then help them. That's why I want to find out about their current situation. After handing over the paper, Long Qingying looked at it. Then she looked at Du Yuanqing. She turned to Lin Qiao and asked, then find them. Are you going to help them? Lin Qiao nodded. Long Qingying looked at her calmly and continued, if you had killed Huo Wu and the people he brought with him just now, maybe we would believe you. Lin Qiao shrugged and wrote, I don't kill people casually. Even if I want to, I have to wait until it's necessary. And I can't beat Huo Wu, he's a level 6 psychic. She could kill people, but it depended on the situation. And the first thing she needed to do now was to find Lin Feng and the others. If she wanted to kill them, she could come back and kill them. Chapter 119. Long Qingying said, "Then are you going to go to City B to find Lin Feng?" Lin Qiao nodded to her. "Are you going to find the commander?" Du Yuanqing asked. Lin Qiao nodded again, and wrote, "I've already found the information I wanted. So I won't stay here." Long Qingying said, "Since you want to go find them, can I go with you?" She looked at Junjun and the little boy behind her. After knowing that the child was a human, she didn't feel safe leaving the child in the hands of these two zombies. She couldn't go back to the base now, and it wasn't safe outside. So she might as well go find Lin Feng and the others. She wanted to see if this zombie was telling the truth. If it really was as it said, it was going to help Lin Feng and the others. She would believe it for now. Du Yuanqing looked at Long Qingying in surprise. He knew that Long Qingying was going to find Lin Feng and the others, but he didn't think that she wanted to go with these zombies. This was too dangerous. They didn't know where these zombies came from. What was their background? "You want to go with him?" "It's too dangerous." He couldn't help but blurt out. They couldn't believe what this zombie said at first. Maybe it had some unknown intentions towards Lin Feng and the others. If Long Qingying followed them, what if she got in their way? Wouldn't they be killed? Lin Qiao looked at the two of them calmly, and didn't say anything. Long Qingying understood what Du Yuanqing meant, and also knew what danger he was talking about. She looked at Lin Qiao, but she wanted to find out the zombie's purpose at the same time, and it would indeed be dangerous. But now, even if she ran so far away to chase after Lin Feng and the others, it would still be dangerous. If she encountered a level 4 zombie or a level 5 zombie alone, she would not be able to survive. In that case, she would also be dead. In that case, it was better to follow this strange zombie. At least on the surface, this zombie was very friendly. "I believe he won't hurt me. Otherwise he wouldn't have saved us so many times." She looked at Lin Qiao and said to Du Yuanqing. But Du Yuanqing still wanted to say something. However, when he saw the determination in Long Qingying's eyes, he shut his mouth. Long Qingying looked at him and suddenly said, "Since you're so worried about me, why don't you go to City B with me? In any case, your entire team has been killed. With your strength alone, you won't be able to defeat them. Even if you return to the current base, forget about revenge. There might be trouble." Du Yuanqing fell silent. Long Qingying was telling the truth. His current situation was no different from Long Qingying's. Originally, he didn't have any direct relationship with Lin Feng and the rest. Now, because it was with Long Qingying, it disappeared from Huo Wu's hands again. Then Huo Wu would definitely think that he was in cahoots with Long Qingying. At his current level, perhaps he could go with Long Qingying to find Lin Feng and the others. Later, Lin Feng would definitely bring them back to take revenge on the Earth Dragon base. Moreover, he and Long Qingying both believed that Lin Feng and his siblings would not be killed by Yang Jianhua so easily. At this time, Lin Qiao used a piece of paper to write, "The leader you are talking about, is it Lin Feng's eldest sister, Lin Qiao?" She had been thinking about this for a long time, but she had always been skeptical. But after a long time, all the information she collected revealed this matter. Lin Qiao was very conflicted. Because one day, you suddenly went to another strange world and found that there was another you in this world. And your family, they were all with the other you. What was the meaning of her current appearance? She woke up in another body, the body was not her, the appearance was also not her. Everything around him didn't belong to him. Regarding the existence of the other her, she had to figure out what was going on. But of course, when she found out that there was another her, she was told that she was dead. So what was the situation now? Lin Qiao was a little confused. She could only figure out the problems one by one. Long Qingying took the paper and looked at it carefully. She looked up and nodded at Lin Qiao. She said with a look of admiration, "That's right. The real name of the leader of the Death Flame is Lin Qiao. Her special ability is the Black Poisonous Flame. It's very powerful. So we gave her the name of the Death Flame. Not only is she very powerful, her brothers and sisters are not weak either. If it wasn't for that shameless Long Yubai colluding with the deputy leader of the Death Flame and instigating him to betray the leader of the Death Flame would not have died in the hands of those level 7 experts." When talking about the death of the leader of the Death Flame, Long Qingying's face and eyes were full of hatred. She was angry at Long Yubai's ambition and hated Yang Jianhua's betrayal. When Lin Qiao heard Long Qingying's words, she was shocked. She couldn't believe it was true. It was one thing to have her own suspicions, but it was another thing to have it confirmed by others. She didn't expect that person to really be her other self. If it was just Lin Qiao, it could be said that they had the same name. But if Lin Feng, Lin Wenwen, and the others were added, then it wouldn't be the same name. And who was Yang Jianhua? Although she was still a little shocked, a trace of doubt flashed through her mind. After thinking for a while, she wrote on the paper. Lin Qiao's brother and sister, are they called Lin Wenwen and Lin Hao? When Long Qingying saw what she wrote, she looked at her strangely. Yes. Don't tell me you don't even know this. Don't you know leader Lin Feng? How can you not know his brother and sister's names? Lin Qiao wrote, No, I just want to confirm. To confirm that other self really exists. Lin Qiao didn't know what to say. Long Qingying felt that these zombies were getting weirder and weirder. She looked at Lin Qiao silently. At this time, Du Yuanqing thought about Long Qingying's words and suddenly nodded. He agreed and said, "All right, I'll go with you to find the leader. There's no place for us to stay here anyway. Rather than staying here, it's better to follow the leader." As he said that, he wanted to look at the direction of the Netherworld King's base behind him. In the end, when he looked up, he only saw a white fog. Du Yuanqing, he had forgotten that he was in some zombie space. When Long Qingying saw that he actually agreed to her request, she secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Having someone go with her was better than walking with a few unfamiliar zombies. Lin Qiao saw that these two people actually took the initiative to follow her. She hadn't even said anything and they had already agreed. Things were going a lot smoother than she had imagined. Originally, she was still thinking about how to coax this cold and handsome woman to join her team. But now, she had to clarify one thing. She took the paper and wrote, "You said that Darkfire was killed by the Earth Dragon base and the traitor Yang Jianhua. This Yang Jianhua, who is he?" Chapter 120. If that Lin Qiao was really him, then she should also know this person called Yang Jianhua. Otherwise, with her personality, she wouldn't let a person who she didn't know her limits be her right-hand man. But she didn't know a person called Yang Jianhua. Then where did this person come from? Long Qingying looked back and said, "Yang Jianhua met the leader after the apocalypse. I heard that he saved the leader's life when she was about to die, so the leader regarded him as a benefactor. But I heard that when the leader was trapped in the zombie city, she was framed by Yang Jianhua. She just didn't know." Hearing this news, Lin Qiao's expression only slightly sank. It seemed that there were still a lot of things that needed to be clarified. But Du Yuanqing's expression changed. He stared at Long Qingying in disbelief and said, "What did you say? You said that at that time, Yang Jianhua deliberately framed the leader, so that he deliberately saved her? Why? At that time, the leader's strength was still very low. Did he know at that time that the leader would later build a base?" Long Qingying looked at him and said, "You think too much. It's just that Yang Jianhua wanted to get Lin Wenwen, so he just wanted to find an opportunity to get close to her family. At that time, the leader was in that situation, so he made a move on the leader at that time. The poor leader was very grateful to him at that time, and later kept him by her side to protect him as a younger brother, to help him improve his strength. But this scum was black-hearted, and didn't accept the gratitude of the leader's family. Instead, he kept harassing Lin Wenwen. Du Yuanqing's eyes widened, as if he had heard a ghost. Then he said angrily, "You said that he deliberately got close to the leader in order to get Lin Wenwen. This scum actually did such a thing. Does the leader's family not know about this? Otherwise, why would the leader's family protect him as a family member? How good was the leader to him? Everyone in the base knew about it. But what did this scum do? Betray the base. Kill the leader. And now he's still chasing Lin Feng." Originally, they thought that the Earth Dragon base gave him a very big condition, so that he could ignore the care of Lin Qiao's family. This was to report back to the leader's family. They thought that the leader had raised a black-hearted and ungrateful wolf. But unexpectedly, he wasn't an ingrate at all. Instead, it was a venomous snake, quietly lurking beside the leader. Thinking up to here, the rage in Du Yuanqing's heart grew greater and greater. Long Qingying sneered, "What a pity, leader, he probably didn't even know until his death." She treated him wholeheartedly, and that scum took it for granted. He even made good use of the leader's influence to raise his own status. Lin Qiao frowned as he listened to their conversation. He didn't expect his other self to encounter such a thing. He treated a poisonous snake as his savior and kept it by his side, but in the end, it was bitten to death. It sounded like he was listening to someone else's story, but for some reason, when Lin Qiao heard the word savior, he felt a chill run down his spine. Something seemed to be tumbling out of his mind. But when she thought about it carefully, she couldn't think of anything. What was going on? This bastard. Does the leader know about it now? Du Yuanqing gritted his teeth and asked while suppressing his anger. Long Qingying shook her head. If Yang Jianhua didn't say it himself, Lin Feng and the others might not know. I received this news after I sent them off. I found out. At that time, she only knew where Lin Wenwen and the others were going, but there was already an ambush there. So she went to tell Lin Wenwen and the others in advance that there were a lot of ambushes and weapons there. She told them to leave by another route. Fortunately, she managed to deliver the news of the ambush in time and saved Lin Feng and the others. Then not long after, she heard the secret conversation between Yang Jianhua and the people from the Earth Dragon base. So, she heard these things. What about passing by and saving them? What about being seduced by Long Yubai? What about betrayal? None of these things. The truth was that Yang Jianhua was just a bedmate of Long Yubai. For the sake of his sweetheart, it was fine to send the entire base over. But this sweetheart of his didn't care about him at all. But on the surface, she still wanted to please Yang Jianhua. These things that Long Qingying knew, others didn't know. She had originally planned to look for Lin Feng and the others to pass this news to them. The most important thing now is to find the leader and the others first. What do you think? Long Qingying said, looking at Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao was thinking about Yang Jianhua's problem and what was going on with his other self. He was thinking about what was going on with him now, and so on. After being asked by Long Qingying, he stopped thinking and looked at her. She nodded. Indeed, the most important thing now was to find the people. She turned and walked towards the pile of furniture. Long Qingying and Lin Qiao didn't know what she was going to do. Seeing her suddenly walking in that direction, they silently watched her. Then, they saw Lin Qiao find a set of clothes similar to what she was wearing. She walked over with it and threw it to Du Yuanqing. Du Yuanxing caught the clothes and only then realized that he was wet all over. But then he found something strange. Question mark. Hearing his inexplicable Long Qingying and Lin Qiao also looked at him. They saw Du Yuanxing holding the clothes, looking down at the skin on his chest. Then he looked at his hands and touched the skin on his face. Damn! Why doesn't it hurt anymore? Could it be that my skin has already been burnt to death? Don't you feel pain? Long Qingying and Lin Qiao, although this person's words were a little strange, they also discovered his situation. Originally, Du Yuanxing was thrown into the lake by Lin Qiao after being burned by Hui Yuan's fire for a while. Du Yuanxing knew that at that time, he was already red and swollen. Because Hui Yuan's fire ability was extremely hot, it wasn't like ordinary fire that would be fine after a few strokes. But now, he didn't feel anything at all. Looking at his injured skin. Other than the layer of skin that had been burned to death, there was actually new skin growing underneath. It was just a little itchy to the touch. Du Yuanxing didn't understand what was going on. But Lin Qiao knew, she didn't think that her lake water would work so quickly. She just threw him into the water and soaked him for a while, and he was actually directly cured of his burns. This couldn't be more magical. Her water was almost holy water, wasn't it? It could cure all kinds of illnesses. And it didn't matter if it was a person or a zombie. For some reason, Lin Qiao suddenly felt that Du Yuanxing had gotten lucky. He was cured after soaking in the water. Did you pay? Looks like I have to treat this lake well in the future. Chapter 121. Just as Lin Qiao was about to take a look at the situation and bring the two of them away, Long Qingying suddenly noticed a pile of strange things on the other side of the pond. She walked over with a puzzled expression. Lin Qiao saw her walking and looked at the place she was staring at. Only then did he remember that the corpse of the wind zombie was still there. This is a zombie. Long Qingying quickly walked over and stood beside the zombie's corpse and asked. Isn't this the level 4 wind zombie? Du Yuanxing also walked over. Very quickly, he saw the appearance of the zombie's corpse on the ground. He said in surprise. I didn't think that it had already been killed by you. He looked at the zombie's corpse on the ground regretfully and then raised his head to look around. Very quickly, he saw something strange again. What are those? Strawberries. Vegetables. And those are mutated pumpkins and potatoes over there, right? Then, what's your name? No. Do you have a name? I wanted to ask, why did you bring these into your space? Aren't you a zombie? When he saw that there were some strawberries and some vegetables, as well as some pumpkins and potatoes on the other side of the meadow, his brain couldn't process it and his words became a bit messy. After being reminded by him, Long Qingying also looked over. Indeed, there were some strawberries and vegetables in the middle of the meadow. Next to it was a mountain of super large pumpkins and a pile of mutated potatoes. Lin Qiao walked over and looked at the two of them with a face full of question marks. On the book, he wrote, "The zombie was killed not long ago. I didn't have time to throw it away. What's grown over there is edible, it's the child's food." Long Qingying took the paper and was shocked when she saw it. She stared at Lin Qiao in disbelief and then gave the paper to Du Yuanxing. You gave him these to eat. Aren't you going to harm him? These are all mutated plants, eating them will turn him into a zombie. Long Qingying said with a bit of anger and disbelief. Lin Qiao shook his head and wrote, "Who said eating these will turn him into a zombie? I'm saying these are virus-free. Look at the child, he's been eating for so many days, isn't he still fine?" After she finished writing and handed it to Long Qingying, she pointed at Junjun. How is that possible? The two of them stared at Lin Qiao in disbelief, then at the little boy. But the distance was a little far, so he couldn't see clearly. Yuanqing thought about the little boy's face, even though he didn't feel like a zombie. However, the expression on his face could not be seen clearly. Lin Qiao turned around and clapped his hands at Junjun. He pointed at the little boy and beckoned them over. Junjun knew what Lin Qiao meant. She carried the little boy and walked over slowly. She could control the scent of the little boy's body, but these two strangers made her salivate. But now, she was much more rational, and her mind was very clear. Therefore, she was still able to control her desire to eat people. Seeing Junjun walking over with the little boy in her arms, Long Qingying looked at the back of the child who was lying on the female zombie's neck and felt that the child was very dependent on the female zombie. She cautiously walked to the front of the little boy behind the female zombie, paying attention to Junjun while observing the little boy's expression. Only then did he realize that the child's face was a little pale and very thin. But his two eyes were very clear and bright, staring at her curiously and timidly. The little boy seemed not to be afraid of Lin Qiao, who had cut her hair and was wearing sunglasses. A pair of big, sparkling eyes looked at this and then secretly looked at that. There was really nothing wrong with it. There was no sign of infection on the child's face. You really gave him these? Long Qingying's originally indifferent face was no longer calm. Surprised, curious, confused, etc. She looked at the little boy with all kinds of inconceivable expressions, then looked at the food, then looked at Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao very patiently nodded to her. She really wanted to go out at this time, but these two people kept noticing this and that. A lot of questions came to ask her. She couldn't help but write, I'm going out now to see the situation. I'm ready to take you guys away. You guys stay here. After giving the paper to Long Qingying, Lin Qiao patted Junjun's shoulder. Let her go back to the small space first. After getting her signal, Junjun immediately turned around and carried the little boy away from the two humans. The two of them were left standing there with puzzled looks on their faces. In a flash, Lin Qiao also disappeared in front of the two people. Lin Qiao came out invisibly, and as soon as he came out, he found that Huo Wu wasn't alone. There were also his subordinates and Yang Qing standing on the side. Look around carefully. Huo Wu stood on a high platform and shouted to the soldiers who were searching below with his hands behind his back. Yes. Yang Qing stood under the platform next to him, watching the soldiers search around again. Huo Wu's two fire dragons were still flying above their heads. As long as zombies approached here, they couldn't escape the fire dragon's bite. The zombies that were bitten by the fire dragons were quickly wrapped in a ball of fire, and then quickly burned into charcoal. Why did they disappear for no reason? Is there a space ability user here? Yang Qing stood below and looked up at Huo Wu and said. I also suspect that there is a space ability user here. But it's impossible for him to directly kidnap them in front of me without even showing up. I didn't even see a hair. Who knows what happened? Huo Wu's expression was very gloomy, and he said with a very suffocating tone. Yes, the space ability user didn't show up. Just like that, he saved her from his hands. I've never heard of a space ability user who can become invisible, right? Since he entered the space here, he will definitely come out again. As long as we stay here and keep an eye on him, we will definitely wait for him to come out. At that time, we won't have to worry about not being able to catch him. Yang Qing smiled. But neither of them noticed that a transparent figure had quietly appeared. It was slowly approaching them. Lin Qiao originally planned to leave as soon as she came out, but when she saw Yang Qing, an idea popped up in her mind. So she immediately took action. Yongqing didn't know that a black hand was slowly grabbing him from behind. He wanted to know if Huowu killed the two people, because he only knew that the two people had disappeared from his hands. He didn't know if they were half dead or half dead. However, looking at Huowu's furious expression, he couldn't question him too openly. If he angered Huowu, he wouldn't have a good ending. At this moment, suddenly, a transparent hand reached into his arm. The transparent arm flashed and suddenly turned from transparent to solid. Then, this hand quickly grabbed Yongqing's arm. In the next second, Yongqing disappeared from Huowu's leg. He disappeared directly. Ha! Suddenly noticing Yongqing's flickering figure, Huowu turned his head. In the end, he saw nothing. Not even a hair of Yongqing's was seen. Chapter 122. Bastard! Who is it? Come out! What kind of man is sneaking around? Come out and fight me if you dare. Huowu was so angry that he spun around on the platform after being intercepted again and again. He shouted angrily. However, no one responded to him. Hoo-hoo-hoo, boom boom boom. Due to his loss of control, his fire dragon danced wildly in the sky, smashing the surrounding trees, buildings and other taller objects into pieces, leaving behind balls of unextinguished high-temperature flames. Meanwhile, in the space, Yongqing was suddenly pulled by someone. Before he could react, he felt his vision blur. When he came back to his senses, he found himself in another place. Before he could figure out this strange environment, a hand suddenly clasped the back of his neck tightly. He let out a muffled groan and immediately struggled to twist his body backwards. Originally, if the other party clasped the back of his neck from behind, he could have easily broken free. However, no matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free. The hand on the back of his neck didn't move at all. It was tightly gripping his neck, and the strength was getting stronger and stronger. Yongqing even had a feeling that the hand could completely crush his neck. This was because he felt like his neck was being clamped by a thick iron clamp. Yongqing. Hee, I didn't expect to see you again. Suddenly, a voice sounded from the side, but the tone was filled with malice. It made people feel that the person who spoke hated him deeply, as if he wanted to bite him. Hearing this voice, Yongqing was shocked and immediately turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. However, the voice sounded from behind him, and he could not even turn back now, let alone see the person behind him. However, he knew who it was from the voice. Captain, why don't you come to the front and say it? Why are you sneaking around behind me? Yongqing looked a little panicked, but he suppressed it. He also opened his mouth and sneered back. I don't need to, because I don't want to see a despicable person like you. It's too disgusting. Du Yuanqing and Long Qingying stood behind Lin Qiao and watched as Lin Qiao easily suppressed Yongqing, who was slightly taller than her. Lin Qiao held Yongqing's neck with one hand and used his other hand to remove the gun from Yongqing's body. He tossed it to Du Yuanqing. Do you think you can live a good life by relying on Huowu of the Earth Dragon Base and following that bastard? If you hadn't led him here, maybe you could have survived. Unfortunately, you brought about your own destruction by luring him here. If we can't kill that bastard Huowu, do you think we can't kill you? Du Yuanqing sneered. Seeing Lin Qiao leave in a flash, Du Yuanqing and Long Qingying thought that he was going to leave this place. He didn't expect the zombie to come back in less than a few minutes. He was carrying a person in his hand. The two of them were about to take a good look at the things in this space when they saw this person. They didn't have time to observe anything new. Lin Qiao searched Yongqing's body for all the guns and threw them on the ground before pushing him away. Yongqing was pushed forward by her and staggered a few steps. He almost fell to the ground because of his unstable footsteps. When he steadied himself, he immediately turned around and saw Du Yuanqing and Long Qingying standing behind him. Beside them was a man wearing sunglasses with a face full of scars. The sunglasses belonged to Du Yuanqing. Yang Qing naturally recognized them. He glanced at the three of them, then quickly looked around him. When he was being held down by the neck, he had clearly seen the scene in front of him. After seeing Du Yuanqing and Long Qingying, if he didn't guess wrong, this should be the space of the space ability user. I didn't expect you to find a space ability user. And it's such a big space. Yang Qing turned around and stared at the three of them with a look of understanding. Du Yuanqing and Long Qingying just stared at him indifferently and didn't say anything. Lin Qiao retreated to the side and prepared to watch the show. What? You put me in this space, do you want to kill me? Aren't you afraid of being killed by Heartwarming who's waiting outside? He's very angry that you guys disappeared from his hands. Now you've taken me away from his side, are you trying to provoke him? If you do this, even if you get out of here, will you be able to escape his pursuit? Can you escape his pursuit? Yang Qing stared at the two of them and said. As he spoke, he secretly sized up Lin Qiao. It seemed that this man he had never seen before was the space ability user. He didn't expect this man to be shorter than him, and his figure was also quite thin. His grip was so strong that it felt like an iron clamp when he grabbed his neck. He couldn't move at all. Du Yuanqing looked at him coldly and said, I told you that you're too greedy. You'll be killed by your own greed. I didn't expect my words to come true so quickly. He thought about how this former teammate had betrayed him and framed him for his own benefit. He wasn't really sad, after all, they were already used to this kind of thing in the past 5 years. So now, he was filled with killing intent. He didn't betray others, but others wanted to kill him. Then there was no need for him to show mercy. In this post-apocalyptic world, only the strong could live to the end. Killing people outside the base, no one could do anything about it. Clang! Before Yang Qing could reply, Long Qingying pulled out her saber abruptly. The blade was pointed in Yang Cheng's direction, but her mouth was directed at Du Yuanqing. Don't talk so much nonsense. If you don't make a move, I'll do it. Her expression was cold, her eyes sharp. A thick killing intent enveloped her body. No, you said you'd give him to me. Du Yuanqing took a step forward and stretched out his hand to block Long Qingying. His eyes were fixed on Yang Qing, and his other hand flashed with electricity. Seeing Du Yuanqing's action, Yang Qing subconsciously took a step back. He shouted in panic, wait a minute. You should know that if you kill me, you'll be dead once I leave this space. Heartwarming will definitely burn you to ashes. His strength was originally 1 level lower than Du Yuanqing. Even if he was a max level 4, he couldn't compare to Du Yuanqing who had already broken through to level 5. Moreover, Du Yuanqing's ability was the more aggressive electric type. In any case, even if he doesn't kill you, he'll still burn us to ashes. Du Yuanqing was unmoved, the corners of his mouth hooked up in a sarcastic smile. But there wasn't a hint of a smile in his eyes, only cold killing intent. But just as he was about to wave his hand and release a big move, his movement suddenly stopped. Then he turned his head to look at his hand, the electricity. And, okay, there was electricity. But why couldn't he throw it out? Suddenly discovering that his ability couldn't be thrown out, Du Yuanqing swung his hand in Yang Cheng's direction in disbelief. No, you're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.